check. All good? No? Okay, thank you. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Distinguished guests, teachers, members of the panel of judges, and fellow students, on behalf of the Immerse Environmental Group, I welcome you and thank you for joining us on this wonderful morning for the 22nd cycle of the annual Inter-College Competition, Environmental Public Speaking Competition. My name is Rami Adil Al-Tahir Al-Hadi. I'm honored to be your MC for today. الضيوف الكرام وأعضاء هيئة التدريس وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم والطلبة الأعزاء، نيابة عن مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة، أرحب بكم وأشكركم على الانضمام إلينا في هذا الصباح الرائع في الدورة 22 من مسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات. اسمي رامي عادل الطاهر الهادي، ويشرفني أن أكون مقدما لبرنامجنا. Before we start, I would like to share some housekeeping notes. There are 2 emergency doors to the right and 1 to the left. There will not be a fire drill today, so if you hear the fire alarm, please exit the auditorium safely. We request you to refrain from using the front door while exiting the auditorium. There is a back door just in the end of the steps. This is to avoid any cause of disturbance to the team presenting on stage. We also highly advise you to not use the door while the presentation is ongoing. There will be 1-minute gap between the presentations, which you can use to exit the auditorium. There is a prayer room available, so please ask EEG team for the directions. The competition is broadcasting live on EEG's channel on YouTube for those who wish to view or share it with their friends, families, institutes, or peers. قبل أن نبدأ، أود مشاركة بعض الإرشادات التنظيمية معكم. يوجد مخرجان الطوارئ على اليمين، ويوجد مخرج واحد على اليسار. لن يكون هناك تمرين حريق اليوم، لذا إذا سمعتم إنذار الحريق يرجى الخروج من القاعة بأمان. نطلب منكم الامتناع عن استخدام الباب الأمامي أثناء خروجكم من القاعة. يوجد الباب الخلفي في نهاية الدرجات. يوجد استخدام الباب الخلفي للدخول أو الخروج من القاعة، هذا لتجنب أي سبب من الإزعاج الفريق الذي يقدم عرضه على خشبة المسرح. ننصحكم بشدة بعدم استخدام الأبواب أثناء العرض التقديمي. ستكون هناك دقيقة واحدة فقط راحة بين العروض، والتي يمكنكم استخدامها للخروج من القاعة. توجد غرفة للصلاة. من فضلكم اسألوا فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة عن الاتجاهات. يتم بث المسابقة مباشرة على قناة مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة على اليوتيوب لأولئك الذين يرغبون في مشاهدتها ومشاركتها مع أصدقائهم أو عائلاتهم أو معاهدهم أو أقرانهم. I would like to request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. أود أن أطلب من الجميع أن يرددوا معنا النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. We will commence the day with some verses from the Holy Quran. نبدأ اليوم بآيات عطرة من القرآن الكريم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير. الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير. ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير. وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير. إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ. كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير. قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير. وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير. فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسحقا لأصحاب السعير. إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير. وأسروا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور. ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير. هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض ذلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكلوا من رزقه وإليه النشور.
صدق الله العظيم. Please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, Ms. Habiba Al-Mar'ashi, to give the opening address. أرجو أن تنضموا إلي في الترحيب بعضو مؤسس ورئيسة مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئة السيدة حبيبة المرعشي لإلقاء كلمة الافتتاح.
بسم Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can I please ask you to come in the front so that we are all very near each other? To our dear guests, faculty members, judges, dear students, our participants virtually, thank you very much for joining us in the third day of our annual Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. As Rami mentioned, this is the 22nd cycle, which means this is 22 years since we started this program. As a small program covering Dubai, expanding it to the UAE, going to the GCC, and then expanding it to the whole Arab world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dubai International Academic City for giving us this venue, which has been a home for this beautiful Pan-Arab program for many years now. This is a platform where we see good opportunity of collaboration, cooperation, and bringing you, the youth, future generations together and discuss future opportunities. Dear judges, I know each and every one of you has got a busy schedule and life of your own, so we have dragged you out of it for the next 2 days, and I hope, inshallah, you will enjoy yourselves with us. We count on your expertise to add value to this program, inshallah, and to judge unbiasedly all the teams that will be with you today and tomorrow. As an entity that is really very well grounded in understanding the role that we have to the future generations, we have been working very hard and diligently to provide a platform after a platform. So it's a great pleasure to be able to roll out this kind of programs that we see every year. So many of you, mashallah, that come from different Arab countries, full of passion, and stand on the stage and give your discourse on the subject matter, passionately, convincingly, sometimes nervously as well. For us to see these students on stage, and we know it is not easy. I remember myself the first time I had to speak, and I was not told that I had such a big audience. So when I went on stage and looked across the ballroom and see more than 500 people, my knees were shaking, so I was holding the podium to give me stability so that I could speak. But I think if you are convinced on the issue that you are speaking at, speaking on, when you stand there, you know what you want to talk, speak from the heart. And this is always my advice to the students. Yes, you have done your research, but that is to give you the back-end knowledge that you need, but use your own word. You have a good wealth of knowledge in yourself. Use that, the bank of information that you have in your brain, bring it forward and use it. So across the diversity of the teams that we have been witnessing in the last 2 days has been just beautiful to sit and watch and learn a lot, actually. Before we proceed for the event of today and tomorrow, I like usually to give a brief about the organization. I don't know how many of you know what is Emirates Environmental Group, if you have visited our website, if you know what the programs that we do apart from this one. Emirates Environmental Group is the first non-government organization that was established in 1991 in the United Arab Emirates. I had the honor and pleasure of being one of the founding members. So, Alhamdulillah, today we stand tall amongst our peers, not only in this part of the world, but globally. 31 years of sheer dedication, commitment, perseverance has seen this organization being very well established and recognized on many areas and on many platforms. We have many action programs. Why do we do action programs? Because that is one of the best ways to engage the society, the different sectors, the different stakeholders in hands-on programs that they will see the result, the before and the after. On the 11th of November, we concluded the can collection campaign. This is a program that is going on for the last 26 years. And this was the first action program that we rolled out in the United Arab Emirates. I'm very happy to share with you that by concluding of the aluminum collection campaign, we had succeeded in collecting more than 23,000 kgs of aluminiums. Our target for this year is 20,000. So we have exceeded that target, but we are continuing until 31st of December. And of course, the updates will be on our different social media platforms. But this program, since 1997 until today, has managed to collect more than 375,862, almost 376,000 kgs of aluminum cans. Now, the important part of it, apart from engaging the society, hands-on, hospitality sector, schools, companies, families, to divert and not throw this valuable material into the recycling bin, put it in the bags and bring them for recycling here in the UAE is one of the success stories. But we have managed to reduce CO2 emissions from the environment by more than 5,000 metric tons. We have managed to save spaces in the landfills of more than 9,000 cubic meters of landfill space. And we have managed to save a lot of energy, more than 85,000 million British thermal units of energy. So these are the type of programs that we do, and that has an impact on the overall environmental scenario in our country. And as we know, I don't know if you, our guests from the outside of UAE, but our government announced that by 2050 we should be carbon neutral, net zero. So that net zero means that each and every one of us living on the land in this beautiful country has a role to play. As an NGO, this is our role in engaging, mobilizing the masses, and ensuring that we have hands-on program that will have an impact nationally as well as internationally. We just concluded last 2 weeks ago our series of, actually last month, in last October, a series of students workshop. So it's the same, engaging youth students, different age groups, in hands-on programs, very well connected with our everyday lives, but skills that you need in your daily programs. And you need to understand these issues, and we need to sensitize you on these issues so that you become an effective solution, not part of the problem. We have a lot of programs coming again in the last 1.5 months left. One of the beautiful panels or channels that we have of disseminating information is the panel discussions. This is a platform that we started back in 1992, and we have religiously continued conducting them. Until today, we have done more than 310 panel discussions. So we have one coming up on the 29th of November, and I'd invite you, all of you, to register. It's an online registration. You can register, so those who are in the country can join us, but those who are outside of UAE can join us virtually as well. We are touching on an aspect that is very important, role of retrofitting, remodeling existing built environment, because we want to help again achieve net zero through the built environment. We all know that the built environment has a huge impact on the economy, on the environment, and on the society. So that big role that this sector is playing, we have to understand what can we do to ensure that it is not impacting the environment in a negative way. One final update that I would like to share with you is another beautiful action program called Clean Up Campaigns. We rolled out in 2002, and until today, alhamdulillah, we finished 20 years. It was a one-day program. This year, we are very happy that it will be conducted under the patronage of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment for the 3rd year in a row. And until today, until last night, I was checking the number of registrations. We have exceeded 56,000 participants. So by the 5th of December, our target is 60,000 people, and I'm very sure, inshallah, that we will be registering that and more. So it's a huge undertaking. But this program has really proven its capacity and ability to bring people of all nationalities, all walks of life, backgrounds, it doesn't matter. We are in this together because environmental protection is our responsibility, all of us. And again, the invitation is open for anyone who wants to join us. Every day we will be in one emirate. We will start the campaign in Ajman on the 5th of December, and we will conclude in the capital, Abu Dhabi, on the 15th of December. And in between, there will be all the other emirates as well. What have we managed to achieve through this program? We have managed to cover more than 1,000 square kilometers of land that we have cleaned over the years. We have managed to collect more than 1.5 million kgs of waste that has been thrown, unfortunately, in the wrong places by some irresponsible people. So this is where we then bring people together to ensure that we protect every single inch of our land and that people enjoy the beauty of this country and that we are able to provide a healthy environment for our future generation. We have just come out of COP27. You are all watching it, I'm sure, closely, and I hope you are. There are a lot of reports online, different entities coming up with different beautiful reports. Please go through them, read them. They will add a lot of value. They will open your eyes on what is happening around the globe and close home as well. So while many heads of countries, NGOs, private sector, international bodies gathered in that country and to discuss the benefit of having a healthy environment, discussing what can and what should we do to ensure that this planet, that we don't have another one, is healthy and habitable and can provide a good living standards for the future generations. There were a few pointers that I would like to share with you because this is relevant to us here in the region. Saudi Arabia unveiled 66 new initiatives. The projects that they intend to cover are under 4 primary pillars. Circular carbon economy, and this is an issue that is very much prevalent, and I hope that our universities and colleges have started incorporating that and bringing it close to the students through the curriculum. The next theme that they are working under is increasing vegetation cover and lowering degraded lands, as we have just hit 8 billion. I'm sure you all heard about it last month. In the last 11 years, the global population increased by 1 billion, whereas before it would take 150 years for us to reach 1 billion. But in a record time, 11 years, we added 1 billion to the population. So there's a lot that is required. Safeguarding wildlife habitats and biodiversity. Again, this planet was not created for us only as humans. It was created for millions and millions of other species, whether on land, in the air, or under the sea, that we need to know about and we need to be responsible and to protect. The 4th pillar is fostering sustainability in its inclusiveness. So really very ambitious platforms, and it requires the future generation to be at the forefront of that. When we come close home at UAE, the commitment at the conference was to cut emissions, as I'm sure many other countries did, meet the goals of Paris Agreement, adopt a sustainable economic pathway aligned to achieve the net zero by 2050, in line with the directives of our leadership, and to contribute to practical solution to adapt and mitigate climate impacts, And this is where we are focusing on effective partnerships as well. Accelerate low-carbon economic growth. You can see the similarity between the two countries. Create sustainable economic and social development opportunities to push for a realistic energy transition that leaves nobody behind. And this is amongst the most important sustainable development goals. The UAE is hands-on preparing for COP28 that will take place November next year. Inshallah, you will all be able to come, and I encourage you to come and attend this kind of global platforms because it enriches your experience in life. It opens doors and opportunities that you never knew existed if you do not try it. So I hope, inshallah, that you will put it in your agenda and you will be amongst the people that are involved in COP28. Your participation today shows that you are committed, passionate, in your colleges and universities to participate in this kind of programs and show what you are able to achieve. I always say, please do not look at this as just a competition. Look at it as a path, as a platform that will open doors for you and opportunities, that will show you that there are so many things that you can do. The optimism in these platforms is incredible, and practicality of it. Never underestimate your ability as an individual to make a difference. You can and you will, inshallah. Through this platform, we want you to speak and stand in front of an audience and talk and convince us and convince the jury panels of the issue that is at hand, identify the challenges, the problems that are there, at the same time suggest the solutions. We want to see how are you able to suggest the solutions. And many of your solutions, by the way, listening to yesterday and before yesterday, were beautiful and practical solutions. So have faith in your own abilities, in the teamwork that you have created in your universities. And I salute really the professors, university faculty members who take time off their busy schedules to nurture these talents amongst their students. So giving confidence in yourselves is one of the aims of this program. The ability to speak, to encourage to increase your vocabulary, to have that convincing power, to network amongst your peers are all part of the objectives of this program. The first day we had a very strong issue. Water security and food security, are they correlated or not? We had 21 teams competing, beautiful research done, a lot of data shared with us and facts and figures. There were a lot of learning that we enjoyed over the course of the first day. The winning institution was the Academic Center team from University of Bolton in Ras Al Khaimah. Their score was 176 out of 200. Yesterday, we had a beautiful program theme as well, conserving the true lungs of the planet, key to preventing climate change. And I'm very happy to say that the teams that stood on stage understood the topic well. They did their research, and I know that getting these facts and figures is not really very easy. Yes, we do get figures on international level, but then it becomes challenging when we are looking at facts and figures on the regional level. So having the ability to find this and getting information on the national level and sharing with it and suggesting practical solutions was something that I salute all the students that participated. We had 17 teams yesterday, and the winning team was from a girls group from Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Their score was 164 points from 200. Today is the third day, and we are coming on a topic that is not really very much discussed. It's not at the forefront. Many people maybe will not connect it with the issue of climate change and other environmental challenges. We are talking about industrial animal agriculture, a question we are asking you as our participants and challenging you to give us the solutions. A compelling contributor to climate change. So we look forward to receive that. By the way, the topics that we choose are not us from Emirates Environmental Group. This is a beautiful, inclusive, and collective process that everybody is involved. So during today and tomorrow, whoever is participating will receive an email with a feedback form and will be requested to fill up that form. Please fill it up. We need your help. We need your support. What you suggest as topics will go into a nice process of sieving it, thematizing it, and then sending out to our resourceful people. And then the ones that, the issues, the themes that are ticking the highest are the ones that will come on the table for the competition next year. So you will have a role in deciding what the competitors will compete about next year. So please take it seriously, few minutes only of your time, and it will help us a lot. In everything that we do, we want to see how are we connected with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So with this program as well, there are a lot of the goals that we have tried to cover them throughout. And we have put hashtags on the screens before to show you how you can connect with these different platforms and different requirements of the 17 goals. So to conclude, I would like to invite you all to open your hearts and open your minds. Sit, listen, and enjoy and learn. And let's support the teams that are on stage. Let us ensure that they are really giving their best, and we are providing them the enabling environment for them to do it. And before I come down, I would like to share with you that inshallah next year, because of COP28 that we'll have in this country, we will open this competition to global participants. So it will not only be teams from the Arab world. Yes. And I believe that is only right because COP28 will invite people from all over the world, and you, as the future generation, as the youth of the world, have a right to have a platform, to have a place where you can voice your concerns and where you can suggest practical solutions for us, the adults, to learn from and take it. So thank you very much, and without further ado, let's sit and enjoy the third day of the competition.
Thank you, Ms. Habiba, for the uplifting speech. شكرا لك السيدة حبيبة على الخطاب المميز. Each year we invite a distinguished panel of bilingual experts to judge the competition, and this year is no different. Today we have with us Prof. Dr. Sabih Khassaf, Vice President, International Hyperloop Infrastructure-led MENA region, Ms. Reem Khalaf, Environmental Management and Sustainability Analyst, Accenture, Middle East, Ms. Sita Tutunjian, Founder, Chief Executive Officer, Thriving Solutions Earth, Ms. Dima Maroon, Partner, Environment and Sustainability, Thriving Solutions Earth. Respected judges, thank you for taking the time out for your busy schedules to join us. It's highly appreciated. Thank you. ندعو كل يوم وكل عام لجنة متميزة من خبراء ثنائي اللغة للحكم على المسابقة، وهذا العام لا يختلف عن سابقيه. معنا اليوم بروفيسور دكتور صبيح خساف، نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لهايبرلوب للبنية التحتية الدولية منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. السيدة ريم خلاف، محلل الإدارة البيئية والاستدامة، أكنشر الشرق الأوسط. السيدة سيتا توتونجيان، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة Thriving Solutions Earth. السيدة ديما مارون، شريك البيئة والاستدامة، حلول مزدهرة للأرض. نشكر لجنة التحكيم ونقدر وقتكم الثمين واقتطاعكم من جداولكم المزدحمة للانضمام إلينا في هذا اليوم الجميل. شكرا جزيلا. The topic that the teams are being assessed today is industrial animal agriculture, a compelling contributor to climate change. الموضوع الذي يتم تقييم الفرق بناء عليه هو الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية، مؤثر قوي على تغير المناخ. Dear students, we are excited to hear what you are prepared for us today. But before we move on to the presentations, I would like to share some important points to remember. The time given to each team is exactly 10 minutes. The speakers will hear two bells go off during their presentation. The first bell indicates that 8 minutes has passed, and the second bell indicates your 10 minutes is up. Points will be deducted if the teams exceed the allotted time limit. Points also be deducted if the teams merely read from the paper, screen, or iPad. الطلاب الأعزاء، نحن متحمسون لسماع ما عددتموه لنا اليوم، ولكن قبل أن ننتقل إلى العروض التقديمية أود مشاركة بعض النقاط التي يجب ذكرها. الوقت الممنوح لكل فريق سيكون 10 دقائق بالضبط. سوف يسمع المتحدثون جرسين أثناء التقديم. يشير الجرس الأول إلى مرور 8 دقائق، ويشير الجرس الثاني إلى انتهاء 10 دقائق. سيتم خصم النقاط إذا تجاوزت الفرق الحد الزمني المخصص، وسيتم أيضا خصم النقاط إذا قرأت الفرق من الورقة أو من الشاشة أو ما إلى ذلك. Please take note of the agenda and the order in which you will be presenting, as we only have 1 minute in between each presentation. In order to ensure we are on schedule, please be ready to present before your time. If you are the next team to present, please come down and be seated on the second row just over here, and reach out to the EEG team beside the stage. يرجى الانتباه على الوقت عرض الفريق والترتيب، حيث لدينا دقيقة واحدة فقط بين كل عرض تقديمي لضمان التزامنا بالجدول الزمني. يرجى الاستعداد للتقديم قبل موعدك. إذا كنت الفريق التالي الذي سيقدم، يرجى الجلوس في الصف الثاني والتواصل مع فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئة بجانب المسرح. For the teams who are presenting virtually, please start sharing your screens and turn your cameras on once your team name is announced. Only the teams presenting should share their screens and switch their cameras on. Points will be deducted if the judges are not be able to see you on the screen. للفرق التي تقوم بالتقديم بشكل افتراضي، يرجى البدء في مشاركة شاشتك وتشغيل الكاميرات بمجرد الإعلان عن اسم فريقك. يجب على الفرق المشاركة فقط مشاركة شاشاتها وتشغيل الكاميرات الخاصة بها. سيتم خصم النقاط إذا ما تمكن الحكام من رؤيتك على الشاشة. We have already received the presentation that all the teams have sent out earlier, and we do not recommend any team to request any amendments today. If there are any requests for changes, judges will be informed and a total of 5 points will be deducted from the final score. لقد تلقينا بالفعل العروض التقديمية التي أرسلتها جميع الفرق في وقت سابق، ولا نوصي أي فريق بطلب التعديلات اليوم. إذا كان هناك أي طلب لإجراء أي تغييرات فسيتم إبلاغها الحكام، وسيتم خصم إجمالي 5 نقاط من النتيجة الإجمالية. There are a total of 50 points for the competition. Each judge will allocate points on the basis of clarity of the speech, 10 points, originality of ideas, 15 points, assessment of environmental impact and solutions, 15 points, presentation of research evidence, 10 points. هناك إجمالي 50 نقطة للمنافسة على الأسس الآتية: وضوح الكلام 10 نقاط، أصالة الأفكار 15 نقطة، تقييم الأثر البيئي والحلول 15 نقطة، وعرض أدلة البحث 10 نقاط. We will have 3 breaks today, which will be announced. The first one is the mid-morning refreshment break, and the second break it will be a lunch break. The third break will be a mid-afternoon refreshment break at the end of the competition, whereby the judges will be deliberating the scores and finalizing the winners. I would like to request all participants to be aware of the time allotted to each team, which is 10 minutes. سيكون لدينا 3 فترات الراحة اليوم التي سيتم الإعلان عنها. الأولى هي استراحة منتصف الصباح لتناول المرطبات، والثانية هي استراحة الغداء، والاستراحة الثالثة ستكون استراحة منتصف الظهيرة لتناول المرطبات في نهاية المسابقة، حيث ستداول الحكام النتائج لإعلان الفائزين. أود أن أطلب من جميع المشاركين أن يكونوا على دراية بالوقت المخصص لكل فريق. Before I call upon the first speaker, I am repeating few housekeeping points. I would like to request everyone to be seated and refrain from the going in and out in between the presentations to avoid distractions. I would also like to remind you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put them on the silent mode. I would like to draw your attention to respect the utilities so generously provided by Dubai International Academic City, and ensure to maintain the cleanliness of the facility. Students, you have been provided with the name badges, so please make sure that it's visible all the time. قبل أن أعطي الكلمة للمتحدثين الأوائل اليوم، أكرر بعض النقاط التنظيمية الرئيسية. أود أن أطلب من الجميع الجلوس والامتناع عن الدخول أو الخروج من القاعة بين العروض التقديمية لتجنب التشتيت. أود أيضاً أن أذكركم بلطف بإغلاق هواتفكم المحمولة أو وضعها في وضع الصامت. أود أن ألفت انتباهكم لاحترام المرافق التي قدمتها مدينة دبي الأكاديمية بسخاء والتأكد من الحفاظ على نظافة المرفق. للطلاب، لقد تم تزويدكم بشارات الأسامي، يرجى التأكد بأنها مرئية في جميع الأوقات. Please note down the time for your presentation. These have been put up on the notice board outside the auditorium and also put them on screen. Once the team start presenting, we request the next team to be ready. Occupy the seats in the first row on my right hand side. يوجد تدوين وقت العروض التقديمية الخاصة بكم، تم وضعها على اللوحات خارج القاعة وتم وضعها أيضا على الشاشات. بمجرد أن تبدأ الفرق في التقديم، نطلب من الجميع التالي أن يكون جاهزا ويشغل المقاعد في الصف الأول على جانبي الأيمن. Let us now begin with the presentations for the first topic for today. Industrial animal agriculture, a compelling contributor to climate change. نبدأ الآن بالعروض التقديمية للموضوع لهذا اليوم: الزراعة الحيوانية والصناعية، مؤثر قوي على تغير المناخ. Our first presentation of the day is the team from American University of Sharjah. عرضنا الأول لهذا اليوم فريق من الجامعة الأمريكية بالشارقة، تخصص علوم البيئية. The next team will be UAE University, so please be ready. الفريق القادم من جامعة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، كلية الزراعة والطب البيطري الإمارات العربية المتحدة، إذا كونوا على أهبة الاستعداد. شكرا.
Okay.
On today's news, I'm your host, Aya. Is industrial animal agriculture a compelling contributor to climate change? We say yes. IAA, for short, is a significant contributor due to pollution, gas emissions, overproduction, and environmental degradation it causes. We will discuss that further later, but right now an important point to underline is that it hasn't always been like this. Before colonialism, most farming was small-scale and sustainable. European colonialism accelerated the development of an internationalized food system, in turn intensifying farming, destroying the occupied area's original farming systems and environment. Then industrialization happened. The key word was always efficiency, regardless of the impact it had on people, animal welfare, or the environment, a worrying trend we're seeing to this day. To tell us more about that kind of overproduction and irresponsible consumption, we take it over to Arish.
Thank you, Aya. Reporting live from a local farm here in Dubai, accompanied by our friend Fred, buffalo imported from the US. So after speaking with one of the farmers here in the UAE, they've told me that industrial animal agriculture is actually one of the fastest growing industries when it comes to the food production sector. We've seen time and time again how important and vital it is to look into how it is that we mass produce our food. As previously with the hunter-gatherers, they've only managed to produce food for what was required right then and there. However, we've managed to upscale and mass produce our food at much larger quantities for the purposes of food security for the long run. What we typically tend to see with industrial animal agriculture is the land usage involved. So the production process, it typically it's classified as a resource-intensive procedure due to the fact that they use a huge quantity of water when it comes to the hydration of both the plants and animals, growing the grains in order to feed the animals, even the emissions of carbon dioxide when it comes to transportation, and also farm machinery. And also when we look at tillage, the converting of organic carbon in the soil to atmospheric carbon. All of these factors lead to climate change. So needless to say that the withdrawals that we take from the earth and give value to are a lot higher than the healthier additives we give back. So as you can see here in this graph is the steady increase in the meat consumption in the UAE. And through this, we could see that when we increase with our food, when we look at consumption, we tend to typically find out that we see beyond the means of survival, which means we seek for comfort, we seek for luxury, and we seek for status. We typically tend to think of the increase in our consumption as a very large part of our production factors, and this obviously leads to conspicuous consumption, referring to the irresponsible utilization and exhaustion of our resources, and this leads to valuing the increasing of our productivity rather than public health. Thank you, and back to you, Aya, in the studio.
So the next time you're buying animal products at the store, this is something very important to think about. Our next topic is how does IAA impact all life on land? To tell us more about that, we take it over to Binaya.
Thank you, Aya. Reporting live from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in the United Arab Emirates, where currently a youth conference regarding climate change is taking place. Presentators are debating over how air pollution, water pollution, and loss of biodiversity adversely affects life on land. It is truly shocking to learn that each year, factory farms constitute 9% of the total carbon dioxide emissions. And this is not counting the ammonia in livestock manure, which when combined with air pollutants can cause deadly diseases. But perhaps the most direct and destructive environmental consequence of factory farming is water pollution. When we look at the chart, at the continental scale, we can see that the majority of input of nutrients and oocysts to rivers is from Asia and South America, whereas cattle, chickens, and pigs contribute nearly 80% of the water pollutants to rivers. Factory farms, they not only destroy acres of land, but they also lead to the extinction of native species which are integral to the ecosystem, taking the phrase, "I would kill for a hamburger," quite literally. But the United Arab Emirates has been quite busy coming up with various initiatives to combat this. This includes the Federal Law for Climate Change, which anticipates climate challenges and how they affect the socio-economic sectors, the National Plan for Enhancing Local Agriculture and Livestock Production, while also supporting local farms and reducing our dependence on imported food products. Thank you, Ayo.
So obviously, IAA impacts the environment and the wildlife, but what about the people? Let's talk about hunger concerns. In many ways, animal production is seen as a solution to world hunger. If we produce more, we can feed more people. Many are even hesitant to attempt to reform the industry as it is now due to a fear of creating more starving children. But if you look at the evidence, you'll see that the Western intensive production and Western eating habits that animal agriculture industry creates right now only intensifies food inequality. So a complete reform would not only help the environment, the animals, but it will also put us a step towards zero hunger. To tell us more about possible solutions, we have our special guest, Saida.
Hello, everyone. So how do we battle these issues and try to reduce their impact on climate change? Biologically, humans are omnivores. However, when we were hunters and gatherers, our main source of food was actually plants. Today, due to meat being readily available, we have an increased production as well as consumption of it. So what would be the ways to battle with this? One, we could use different alternatives. We could use plant-based alternatives to reduce the need for meat, or we could use cultured meat or clean meat. This is taking cells from animals, growing them in labs in bioreactors. This would give people the option to still eat meat while being able to use a more sustainable alternative. Our second solution is sustainable use of land. Today, a tremendous amount of our world's grasslands are used for animal agriculture. So 3 ways that we can make this process more sustainable would be rotational farming or rotational grazing. Here we're trying to make an equal ratio of cattle as well as wild animals on the land. Second would be regenerative farming. So we're trying to make sure that we're improving the soil fertility, we're trying to improve the water cycle so that the land can be reused again. And then we can rewild farmland. That would mean that we're making sure that the animals can inhabit this land again, and it would help in sequestering the carbon.
I heard Native Americans used to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. They were way more sustainable than we are today. Our last solution is a little different. We usually look at biodiversity loss as a consequence. What if we looked at it as a cause? So, main research done has shown that biodiversity affects our economy a lot. We get food, water, medicine, and so on from the biodiversity. One of the things that impacts it is human-animal conflict. This means that farmers usually end up killing predators like tigers and leopards because they've attacked the livestock. One way this can be reduced is by government intervention. If the government was to give these farmers compensation, then we would be able to make the farmers secure about their livelihood and create a positive link between the two. Now, if we were to combine all of these solutions together, we may very well be able to reduce the tremendous impact of animal agriculture on climate change.
Thank you, Saida. That was very informative. I think that's all our time for today. Thank you for listening, and let's come together to really fight this challenge.
Now we will have UAE University College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine from United Arab Emirates, so please join the stage. The team will present next is Heriot Watt University, so please be ready. الآن مع فريق من جامعة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كلية الزراعة والطب البيطري. العرض القادم من فريق جامعة هيريوت وات، إذا كونوا مستعدين. شكرا.
Hello?
Yes.
What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of a difference you want to make. We are here to make a difference. Hello everyone, this is UAEU team from the College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine. I'm Iman Nasser, and I present to you mitigating climate change in animal production systems through advanced technologies for a sustainable future and food security. So first of all, what is animal agriculture? It is all the processes that prepares animals for human consumption. Now you might be wondering, how is animal agriculture related to climate change? Unfortunately, livestock represents 14.5% of all greenhouse gas emissions, which contributes to climate change. And just to put things into perspective, the major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions is the energy sector, representing more than 2/3 of the total emissions, followed by the agricultural sector as a whole. Now we need to talk about the resources that goes into livestock production. It is estimated that about 2/3 of agricultural land is dedicated to livestock, and about 70 to 90% of the world's fresh water is used in agriculture. Now it is true that livestock produces methane and carbon dioxide emissions, but let's not forget, it is also an important part of food security and sustainability. That's why it's essential to keep our livestock healthy, because if we don't, we're losing resources and we're producing more methane, since sick livestock produces more methane than healthy animals. It is worth mentioning that the ideas presented to you today are aligned with Sustainable Development Goals set up by the United Nations General Assembly. Now I leave you with my colleague Shamma to brief you about contributions to climate change.
A frightening reality about using so much fossil fuels is that animal agriculture contributes to more than 63% of the world nitrous oxide emission, which has a 296 times more impact on global warming than carbon dioxide. Raising livestock for human consumption generates 15% of the total global greenhouse gas emission. Livestock consumes roughly 70% of agricultural land, making it a major contribution to three factors. 1. Deforestation. While forests only cover 30% of the world land area, a new pasture land is created by cutting down trees, which releases carbon dioxide trapped in forest. 2. Biodiversity loss. Since 1990, the world have lost 420 million hectares of forest, making 86% of the total species number, with roughly 24,000 of them at risk of extinction. And 3 is water pollution. So through the sedimentation process, by which the soil is washed off fields and end up dumped into nearby lakes or streams, the nutrients transported can act as green algae, which releases carbon dioxide, which releases toxins that damage the aquatic life. So in order for us to prevent the rise of greenhouse gas emission for 30 to 50 years, we can eliminate meat and dairy product for 15 years through agriculture productivity and land use changing. In case you're wondering what we have done to combat climate change for sustainable production, here goes my colleague Shaima to show you all.
Now that you're aware of how animal agriculture affects climate change, let me introduce a technology that can make animal production sustainable. I believe you have all heard of biosensors in human medicine. Do you know that these biosensors can also be used in animal healthcare? Our institution took part in a research of biosensors as they help to create efficient production systems that contribute to sustainability in animal production. To begin with, how is this biosensor made and how does it work? The biosensor, which is packed in a biocapsule that is cylindrical in shape and made with sugarcane and plastic, is given to the animal, which then remains in the rumen. The biosensor then continues to not only detect climate change, detect changes in body temperature, but also animal activity, movement, and water consumption. Now that you know a little about the biosensor, let's talk about the pilot study that we did. Firstly, it was conducted in a group of healthy Holstein-Friesian animals that were monitored during the period September 2019 to April 2021 in a private farm in Al Ain, where they were given the biocapsules 90 days before their second calving. The data was then processed through the LoRa network, which is a wireless platform of IoT that connects sensors to the cloud, allowing us to access data even on our mobile phones. It was a novel technology of 430 megahertz that our institution did. Now the big question is, how does the use of biosensors contribute to improved cattle health and sustainability towards climate change? Farms will experience improved overall breeding, calving, and herd health management, thereby reducing immortality, increasing efficiency, and production. As I already mentioned before, the biosensor monitors real-time body temperature and activity of the animal, providing us numerical values to monitor the animal's health status, accurate estrus detection, and calving patterns that my colleague Husna will talk about in detail.
We examined over 400,000 measurements by big data analytics using cloud computing through AI. The results were clinically coordinated for animal health diagnosis. Bulk percentage of animals had paramount conception rates. Smaller percentages referred to animals that were infertile, repeat breeders, diagnosed with disease, and had abortions. The biosensor has had a 100% success rate in detecting calving. Isn't that amazing? The onset of almost any disease starts with changes in body temperature and body activity. Biosensors record temperature every 30 minutes, so any fluctuations about the mean temperature sends an alert, prompting the veterinarian to investigate these symptoms, catch, and treat the disease early on. You may be wondering, does the biosensor have any side effects on the cattle? We conducted an additional study to precisely answer this question. Blood samples were taken at regular intervals, and the effects were investigated by analysis of complete blood count and serum values. Hematology values on the left include white blood cell count, red blood cell count, hematocrit, and PCV percentages. Hematology values on the right include blood electrolytes, proteins, and ketone bodies. The results indicated that both groups had normal values across all parameters. I am enlightened to inform you that we are the only institution to receive the VRI for a revolutionary multi-million-dollar food security project. We're partnered with reputable organizations focusing on extensive R&D programs to provide technological innovation across 5 themes. This program's aim is to impact worldwide change by establishing food security graduate schools, business incubation concepts, and state-of-the-art food security database. If you're thinking to yourself, what can I do to help combat climate change? Look no further. My colleague Fatma is here to suggest some actions you can take to be the change you aspire to see.
Have you ever envisioned using electric cars 20 years ago? Today, we're talking about alternatives to animal protein, which can be a reality in animals' future. cellular agriculture is the production of conventional goods without using a lot of animals. Cell cultures can be harvested from animals or produced through fermentation. Now, there are countries that already took the initiative of selling cellular agricultural products in their markets. For example, lab-grown meat and lab-grown eggs. The benefit of lab-grown meat is that it lessens the harmful consequences that comes with the current meat production. Similar to the former, lab-grown eggs also helps in reducing the environmental impact in poultry industry. Now, are cellular agricultural methods the only methods to reduce methane emissions? No, and that's where modification in livestock comes in place. Modification can take two forms, genetic sequencing or dietary modulation, which works by directly suppressing methanogens and changing the metabolic pathways. A real example of that is the ginkgo cultivars experiment. When a well is dry, we know the worth of water. Today can be the first day to combat the greatest challenge of our time, using our 5 inclusive solutions that will aid in mitigating global climate change through our research and futuristic ideas. Now is the time. No more wait, no more here.
Let's be the change. Thank you.
Now we will have here at Watt University, Edinburgh Business School. The team will present next is Majamma University Dentistry Department, joining us virtually, so please be ready. الآن نترككم مع عرض جامعة هيروت وات مدرسة أنبرة للأعمال. جامعة الإمارات. أما فريق مجمع من هريوت وات مدرسة أنبرة للأعمال الإمارات العربية المتحدة. العرض القادم من جامعة المجمعة كلية طب الأسنان المملكة العربية السعودية. إذا كون على هبة الاستعداد. شكرا. Control, can you put the lights on, please? Control.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Rafa Ashik and we are representing the Department of Social Science. Quote, "Nothing is so painful to human mind as a great and a sudden change." Unquote, Shirley Frankenstein. We are living in the midst of a climate emergency. But how much worse could it get? Will civilization collapse? Are we already past the point of no return? What kind of future can our children expect? Climate activists, conservationists, environmental protectors, water protectors, green parties, and the list goes on. Now, if you sit there and believe that our society is being taken care of, and in a few years of time, our globe will and continue to grow in a sustainable manner, then I hate to break it to you that this isn't entirely true. Don't get me wrong, yes, there has been an undeniable change. But as long as it doesn't start from your side, you have been lying to yourselves, denying to the exorbitant changes happening to our environment every single day. Rising temperature extremes, glaciers and snow covers are shrinking, sea ice is retreating, seas are warming, rising, and are becoming more acidic. Growing seasons are becoming longer. Our oceans are clogged with plastic, our climate is warming, and our forests are disappearing. We are drifting apart from nature. The majority of human population live in the ever-growing towns and cities, largely accustomed of living daily life bereft of flora and fauna. And did you know, our current demands 1.5 times Earth's natural resources. In 44 years, worldwide wildlife has reduced by 52% on average. And surprisingly, it is not the growing population and vehicles that dents the environment. It is animal agriculture, accounting to 92% of the total carbon footprint.
So one of the main contributors to climate change, and that comes from industrial animal agriculture, is nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide in your dentist's office is known as a laughing gas, but it is no laughing matter. It is often overlooked as it isn't as quirky as carbons of methane. Nitrous oxide has been increasingly growing in the atmosphere, and farming itself accounts for 65% of it. Nitrous oxide, Nitrous oxide has been growing insanely in the atmosphere, okay? It accounts for 65%, just do it for me, please. It accounts for 65% of it. And the question is, where does nitrous oxide come from? How is it produced? Nitrogen has always been in our soil and air since day one. But it comes from managing soils and animal waste. So the animal waste is stored and treated via the process of denitrification and nitrification. Next one. So our, previous one, oh my God. No, back, I'm just going back. Why isn't it going back? No, go back. How do you go back? No, how do you go back? It's not going back. Okay, go on. So, the evil of agriculture. So, as we all know, there's an increased demand for meat and dairy products, so that means there's going to be an increased demand for land. 77% of their land in a global environment is used for agriculture. All of our rainforests have been torn down and our carbon sinks have been lost, all for agriculture purposes. For grazing, for growing our livestock feed production, growing feed for the livestock purposes. So, oh my God, I forgot what I have to say, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. So livestock production, like human production, also needs synthetic and organ fertilizers for the soils, okay, for the agricultural purposes. And this then results in nitrogen to be converted with the help of microbes into nitrous oxide, okay? Our biggest issue is that in our ecosystem, that nitrogen has lost its balance because of the overconsumption and the over-application of fertilizers and our cows. So ruminant animals are poor nitrogen converters as they only ingest 5 to 30% of it, and the rest of it is excreted. That is around 75 to 90% of it. And then the rest of it is just like washed away into the groundwater or leached. And the solutions to it would be that, you would try to use feeding cows and ruminant animals low nitrogen feed, milking cows once a day, try to use urease inhibitors instead of and using split nitrogen fertilizers. Now we're going to go on to the second main contributor, methane. Thank you.
Methane, as we all know, is a greenhouse gas. However, unlike greenhouse gases such as CO2 that have a lifespan of 1,000 years, methane actually has a relatively short lifespan of just 10 years, but it is still the second largest contributor to climate change. Now, the impact of methane is not just a problem for the future generation. It is slowly killing us right now. Methane is the cause of 1 million premature deaths worldwide as it increases the risk of respiratory illnesses. Methane is also increasing the concentration of CO2 in the environment, and it is making the earth grow hotter. Now, in order to cure this problem, we need to know exactly who is the culprit. Goats, sheep, cows, ruminant animals are the problem. What we are eating is killing the environment. According to statistics gathered by the United Nations, animal agriculture contributes 38% to global climate change. And cows account for 18% out of this 38%. One cow's burping fat is equivalent to 1,000 liters of petrol. Cows are eating up more petrol than cars are. In order to understand exactly how to cure this problem, we need to know where does it originate from. Now, the digestive system of cows are way more complex than ours. They partially digest food, and this partially digested food is stored up in the rumen. The rumen contains methane-causing bacteria, so when the food is finally digested, they release methane in the forms of burps and fats. However, the most practical thing to do to cure this would be to completely remove meat from our diets. But just like me, most of us will not be able to survive this. Therefore, we need a new ally. We need to start including seaweed in the feeds of these animals. According to research carried out by a dairy farm in California, including red seaweed, also known as Taxiformis asparagopsis, has been seen to reduce the amount of methane emissions by 99%. However, further research will need to be carried out to investigate this red seaweed as it proved to decrease the amount of dairy products that these animals could produce. And also, for the fact that this seaweed is rare, it is really expensive to deliver to other farmers in other parts of the world.
I participated in a competition yesterday that I did not win. I just participated. Similarly, the society is participating in environmental empowerment programs, and there has been an undeniable change. But our goal of achieving a safe and a sustainable environment, we're not close enough. And if you are disagreeing with me, remember, you're disagreeing with 1 million species at the risk of extinction. You are disagreeing with the fact that 7 billion pounds of synthetic materials are being dumped into the ocean every single year. You are disagreeing to the fact that our environment, yet we still face these impacts up to date. Then you will be factually incorrect. And if you agree with the first 30 seconds of my conclusion, then I've practically already won. Yes, industrial animal agriculture is a compelling contributor to climate change. Thank you.
And now with the team from Majamma University, the District Department, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So please, the Majamma University, share your screen, unmute your mic, and open your cameras. And I will tell you when to start. Thank you. الآن مع فريق من جامعة المجمع كلية طب الأسنان المملكة العربية السعودية. جامعة المجمع يمكنكم مشاركة جامعة المجمع كلية طب الأسنان المملكة العربية السعودية يرجى مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات. شكرا.
هل الشاشة واضحة؟
الشاشة واضحة، نعم. يمكنك البدء. شكرا. يمكنك البدء الآن.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحية طيبة على الجميع. معكم فريق طب الأسنان من جامعة المجمع من المملكة العربية السعودية، سعيدين ومتشرفين بالمشاركة هنا في الإمارات الحبيبة لتجسيد أسمى معاني القوة والتطور على مر الأزمان. كما نعلم أن البيئة هي المؤثر الأقوى والعامل الأول والمقوم لكل مورد متواجد على هذه الكرة الأرضية. إذا نتواجد أنا وفريق اليوم لنتحدث عن أهم التأثيرات المناخية الناتجة عن الزراعة الحيوانية. بداية، هل تتصادم مقومات البيئة السليمة مع المزارع الحيوانية؟ هل تعتبر مصانع الحيوانات ورقة رابحة لانهيار المناخ أم للقوة العمرانية؟ أخيراً، كيف نوازن بين مخرجات الزراعة الحيوانية والاستقرار البيئي؟ في القرن الرابع عشر نزل كريستوفر كولومبوس وغيره من المستعمرين الأوروبيين جالبين معهم العديد من الحيوانات، حتى أصبحت الدول المستعمرة معتمدة على الزراعة القائمة على الماشية والمحاصيل التي تزيد إنتاجها. في القرن الثامن عشر شهدت الثورة الصناعية الإنتاج الضخم من الزراعة الحيوانية عن طريق تطوير سلالات مختارة من الحيوانات، بما في ذلك الأغنام التي تنتج صوفاً طويلاً بشكل غير طبيعي. في بداية التسعينات تم تمرير قانون فحص اللحوم بعد تحجج الشعوب على سلامة الغذاء. أيضا تضاعف حجم المزارع الحيوانية الأمريكية وانخفض التوظيف البشري إلى 2%. في بداية 2000 انتشر وباء إنفلونزا الخنازير، وفي 2010 وصلت نسبة الزراعة الحيوانية إلى 99% من المزارع الصناعية عامة. في 2020 وحتى الآن تستمر الدعوة ضد الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية ورفع مستوى الوعي البيئي بشكل أخف.
إذا تعرف الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية بأنها تربية الحيوانات في مزارع كبيرة وتعميرها طبيعياً أو صناعياً من خلال التلقيح الاصطناعي للاستفادة منها في المجالات الاقتصادية، وذلك بإنتاج اللحوم والألبان والجلود أو بهدف الاستعراض الجمالي. إذا ماذا جرنا إلى هذه النتيجة؟ ولماذا بدأت الزراعة الحيوانية؟ كأي مما يحدث الآن فإن الزراعة الحيوانية هي نتاج الحداثة في المقام الأول، أسلوب الحياة القائم على جاهزية الغذاء، وبالتالي فقد نتج عن ذلك زيادة في طلب إنتاج اللحوم والألبان والأجبان والبيض. لا يقتصر على ذلك فحسب، فقد زاد الطلب أيضا على الجلود فيما يخص جانب الأزياء، فقد أصبحت جزءا لا يتجزأ من الموضة، فيتم استخدام الجلود والفراء في صنع الحقائب والأحذية والملابس، حتى أنه وصل فينا الحال إلى أن أصبح يغطي الأجهزة الجوالة، وأصبح أيضا جزءا من صناعة الأثاث. فإن الزيادة بالطلب يترتب عليها زيادة في التكلفة على المصانع، ولتحقيق أكبر قدر من الربح يجب خفض التكلفة. لذلك تجمع الحيوانات في مساحات ضيقة ويتم التعامل معهم كأدوات لا كجزء حي من منظومة هذا الكوكب.
إذن كيف يؤثر هذا؟ في آخر ما توصلت إليه الدراسات يتم تربية ما يقارب 10 مليارات من الحيوانات للاستهلاك البشري كل عام، مما يزيد من الأرباح التجارية والزراعية على حساب الحيوانات والصحة العامة والبيئة والعدالة الاجتماعية. ومن أهم العوامل المؤثرة في الزراعة الحيوانية تلوث الهواء وإزالة الغابات وأيضا تلوث المياه. في تلوث الهواء حيث أنه مسؤول عن أكثر من 37% من غاز الميثان و64% من انبعاثات الأمونيا، مما يساهم في هطول الأمطار الحمضية. أما في إزالة الغابات فقد تمت إزالة أكثر من 260 مليون فدان فقد تمت إزالة أكثر من 260 مليون فدان من الغابات في الولايات المتحدة فقط من أجل الأعلاف الماشية. وأخيرا في تلوث المياه حيث تسببت الزراعة الصناعية بنسبة 75% من جميع المشكلات المتعلقة بجودة المياه والأنهار والجداول. يكثر الجدل بين الخبراء حول مدى مساهمة قطاع الثروة الحيوانية في حدوث ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري، ويبدو في الحقيقة بشأن تسبب هذا القطاع في انبعاث الغازات، وتوجد بالمنتصف بين من يعتبره مسؤولا بشكل واسع ومن يقلل من دوره تماما. يتعلق الأمر من جهة بالانبعاثات التي تنجم مباشرة عن تربية الحيوانات بشكل عام، مثل تربية الأبقار التي تنتج غاز الميثان أثناء عملية الهضم. ومن جهة أخرى يركز العلماء أيضا على نسبة غاز الميثان، يركز أيضا على نسبة الانبعاث الغازات المسببة للاحتباس الحراري الناجمة عن نشاطات متعلقة بتربية الحيوانات كتسميد الحقول ونقل الأعلاف واستخدام الآلات، ومنها تلك الخاصة بحلب الأبقار. مثلا أكسيد النيتروز المعروف بغاز الضحك يعتبر أقوى 300 مرة من غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون، ويعمل على ارتفاع درجة حرارة المناخ. 75% من تلوث المياه ناتج عن زراعة المصانع، حيث أن تسممه قد يدمر النظم البيئية وإن لم يكن قاتل لكل من البشر والحيوانات.
قد يظن البعض أن الزراعة الحيوانية في الشرق الأوسط تقتصر على المصانع، إلا أن الواقع أن هناك نوع من أنواع الزراعة يختص به الشرق الأوسط وبالأخص الخليج العربي. فتربية الإبل هي جزء من ثقافتنا التي تحولت من حاجة أساسية للعيش إلى مظهر من مظاهر الغنى والترف والتجارة، ويصب تأثيرها في تدمير الغطاء النباتي، لكون معظم مربي الإبل يعتمدون على الحشائش في الأمكنة العامة بشكل أساسي، مما يتسبب بهبوب الأتربة على المناطق السكنية.
قمنا بعمل دراسة هي على حد أدنى مجرد استطلاع أولي لكون حصل على 35 رد من مختلف الأعمار ومحلية على نطاق المملكة العربية السعودية، وكانت بعنوان معرفة مدى تأثير الزراعة الحيوانية على المناخ في المملكة العربية السعودية. الهدف كان تثقيفي فقط ولمعرفة مدى إدراك الوعي بتواجد المزارع الحيوانية وشدة انتشارها واستيعاب تأثيرها على المناخ. وكانت النتائج تنص على الآتي: يتفق أكثر من 50% على شدة انتشار هذه المزارع الحيوانية في المملكة، بينما كان 25% منهم ينفون تواجدها من الأساس. وهذا يدل على التباين في إدراك واستيعاب الأفراد لمثل هذه المزارع، حيث أن 17% لا يعلمون أساساً ماذا تعني الزراعة الحيوانية. سئل ذات الأشخاص عن أكثر المزارع الحيوانية التي يستفاد منها صناعياً، حيث أجاب الأغلبية على أنها مزارع الدواجن، تليها الإبل، ثم مزارع الأسماك. أخذ الاستبيان منحنى بيئي مناخي واضح، حيث تم سؤالهم بمدى تأثير هذه المزارع الحيوانية الصناعية على المناخ، فأجاب 68% بأنها ذات تأثير شديد على المناخ، لكن يؤمن ذات الأشخاص بأن العوائد الإيجابية تتفوق على مشاكل المناخ والبيئة. فتم سؤالهم عن العوائد الإيجابية الناجمة عن العمل في الزراعة الحيوانية، وكانت 77% من الردود تركز على العائد المادي في المقام الأول والعائد الاجتماعي في المقام الثاني.
بعد أن تحدثنا عن التأثيرات والنواتج، هنا نحتاج أن نتحدث عن الحلول، ولذلك يجب أن نرى الحلول من عدة منحنيات. بالبداية وعلى مستوى الفرد، لا بد من التخلي أولاً عن المنتجات الحيوانية على الأقل لمدة يوم واحد بالأسبوع، ومحاولة الاستفادة من المنتجات النباتية. ثانياً، وهنا يبرز أهمية الفرد، حيث لا بد من استخدامه لعملية إعادة التدوير بشكل إيجابي. أما من ناحية المستوى الاجتماعي، فلا بد أولاً من نشر الوعي والتثقيف للمجتمع حول الحيوانات، سواء المهددة بالانقراض أو التي تعيش حولها. ومن ثم محاولة استخدام المواد البلاستيكية بشكل اقتصادي، لأنها تؤثر على جميع الحيوانات سواء البرية أو التي تعيش داخل البحار. ثالثاً، وعلى المستوى المؤسسي، أولاً لا بد من التخفيف من نسبة الرطوبة، وذلك من خلال محاولة عدم الإفراط في استخدام المياه، لأن ذلك يجعل الحيوان في قمة الإجهاد الحراري. ومن ثم عند نقل الطيور والحيوانات يتم مراعاة الوقت وتجنب تحميل عدد كبير من الحيوانات داخل عربة واحدة. ثالثاً، تعتبر المواد الكيميائية من أخطر المؤثرات، وذلك بسبب بطء تحللها، لذلك يجب على المؤسسات التقليل من استخدامها، والذي يمكن أن يتسبب بخلل في السلسلة الغذائية. وحين حاولنا البحث عن المزيد من الحلول، وجدنا أحد أكثر الحلول المفيدة التي تقدمها دولة الإمارات، ألا وهي قيامها بحملات تحصين على مدار العام لحماية مواطنيها. أخيراً، ومن ثم هنا نتحدث أخيراً، إن الزراعة الحيوانية هي جزء لا يتجزأ من حياة البشر في وقتنا الحالي، القائم على الاستهلاك الغذائي والجمالي الذي يسهم بتفشي تلك الممارسات المتسببة بأضرار جسيمة على البيئة وتكويناتها الحية، القائمة على الإنسان، الحيوان، النبات وعناصرها الأخرى كالمناخ. فعلينا كعناصر فاعلة تقويم سلوكياتنا والمحافظة على هذه الثروة الضرورية. ونقترح نحن جامعة المجمعة أن يكون هناك توصيات في قمة المناخ لعام 2023 والمقامة في دولة الإمارات لتنظيم الزراعة الحيوانية على المستوى الأقليمي على الأقل لتنظيم الزراعة الحيوانية. شكرا لك.
انتهى العرض. Can I say something? We're done with our presentation. Can I say something?
Yes, please, you can.
On behalf of me and all Majmua University, all the teams that have participated, we truly wanted to be there with you guys in person because we realized the importance of this mission and this understanding. But unfortunately, at this time, we have our finals. So it didn't coincide with what we wanted, but we're hoping that our message can come through even through the screens. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear judges, please be noted that the university will presenting next is Jamaat Al-Yamama University. Again, dear judges, please be noted the team will present now is Al-Yamama University from Saudi Arabia presenting on stage. Please, Al-Yamama University, join me on stage. Shukran.
Okay.
باقي نحتاج
looks like it's not enough. They should turn off the lights also.
Use the center light.
Could we just make it bigger? Yes, this one. Yes, exactly. This is correct. Yes, okay. Yes, we will try to do that. Thank you. Yes.
The world obviously doesn't realize what to do with their blades. A World Food Program ad will ask you to share some of it with the starving children. An Animal Rebellion movement member will ask you to spill its contents in protest. And a futuristic scientist is trying to throw some insects onto that plate. So which is it? Should we share our plates, spill them, or swap them for some insects? Well, believe it or not, all three of these seemingly unrelated efforts are trying to solve the same problem, animal agriculture. And believe it or not, they all got it wrong. And to be fair, they do have a point. The cause is just. No matter how unhinged or impractical their solutions may be, animal agriculture remains a serious issue. And no one can deny the facts.
Livestock and their byproducts accounts for at least 51% of all worldwide greenhouse gas emissions, more than the combined exhaust from all transportation, which is 13%. It is not any emissions these animals are producing. They are producing methane. And if you were taught that carbon dioxide was dangerous for the environment, wait till you hear more about methane. It has 86 times more of a global warming threat potential.
So what's methane? Well, remember the cow beef that the World Food Program wanted me to share so badly? Well, methane is simply these cows' gases. And excuse their bowel movements, but they're producing 150 billion gallons of it per day. Remember how it smelled in that Almaraito?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Well, food philanthropy isn't just about sharing the plate. Where did this plate come from? Almost all starving children are living in the countries with the richest lands. They have all this land to farm, but they must not touch it. Instead, their food gets fed to the animals, and those animals are fed to humans elsewhere. So how is that fair?
Where will they find any land to farm if 2 to 5 acres of land is used per cow? A third of this planet has turned from green to desert due to livestock management. And this is the leading cause for species extinction, ocean dead zone, water pollution, and habitat destruction. In the US, the average American consumes 200 pounds of beef per year.
So, is that too much?
Well, consider it yourself. 2,500 gallons of water are needed to produce 1 pound of beef. An average American consumes 200 pounds of that beef.
Wow, that's a lot of water for a pound of beef.
Well, it doesn't end there. 1,000 gallons of water are needed to produce 1 gallon of milk.
All right, I get it. The World Food Program got it all wrong indeed. If cows taking all that to produce a pound of beef and a gallon of milk, then I'm volunteering at Animal Rebellion today. From now on, bye-bye burger and steak. I will live the rest of my life on falafel.
Listen, I love falafel too, but I can't live on a plant-based diet for the rest of my life. Maybe, just maybe, we can find a middle ground between dying from a malnourished plant-based diet and dying in an overheated, cow-fart-filled climate.
So these are wise words. So what are you? Are you a magician?
No, I'm not a magician. I am a realist, and there is no need for unrealistic measures. 3 things need to be done. Number 1, we need to achieve sustainability in land and water use and find a way to deal with this huge cloud of methane. Number 2, we need to be wise in our consumption and change our consumer behavior to strike a balance. Number 3, we need to be proactive and offer our plant new lungs to breathe so we alleviate the impact of GHG and restore the green face of the earth.
I still don't get it. Should we just stop feeding all these cows and eat their food instead? What the? This cow can't speak. I thought all you cows could do is just fill our air with your farts.
Okay, first of all, that was rude. Second of all, don't you realize I make up a very important part of your diet protein?
Well, I guess I prefer your protein over bugs, but if we don't stop feeding and breathing you guys, how are we gonna sustain this planet?
How am I supposed to know? I'm a talking cow. No one said I'm smart too. Are you humans supposed to figure things out? With all your fancy tech stuff?
You know what? You're right. We can't face the problem of sustainability with the same resource that started the problem. So let's use the fancy tech stuff. I mean, let's use AI and Internet of Things. Just imagine, after all the harm we do to produce our food, 1/3 of it, it's a waste. It's all gone for nothing. What costing us an additional $940 billion annually. And this is at 10% of global greenhouse gases.
Wow, all that waste you humans are making? And you're giving me a hard time for mine? What will you do about your waste then?
Well, the solution is right in front of us. The only tool to create a real-time balance between what we produce and what we consume must be a super brain like AI. With the help of the Internet of Things applications, compiling real-time data from every fridge and central kitchen, we will allow AI to calculate the approximate amount of food we need to produce each year with no waste to spare.
So, what about the other thing that called, I think, methane? Yeah, what about methane?
Good news. In 2017, a research team at MIT has found a way to convert methane into derivatives of methanol, which is a liquid that can be made into car fuel or used as a precursor to a variety of chemical products. And in 2022, another MIT research team has come up with a promising approach, a dirt cheap solution, common clay material found in cat litter, which can curb methane emissions. So, we have AI, IoT, consumer behavior, and sustainability. That's all great, but it would go nowhere without a real plan. A real plan is one where our efforts are coordinated and our targets are set.
To be honest, I like where you're going with this. I will join the movement myself. Why don't you eat less beef and I will need less land to live on?
Now we're talking. That's coordination for you over there. I know. I can't live without a medium rare here and there. But if I integrated more green into my diet, we will have more land, cleaner water, and better air. You see what I did there? That's called coordination and proactivity. And if you want to see it embodied in action, look no further than the Saudi Green Initiative.
To put it in short, the kingdom is planting 10 billion trees across Saudi Arabia, contributing to cutting global methane emission by 30% as part of the Global Methane Pledge by 2030. Remember all the acres of lost land we've talked about? These trees will be equal to rehabilitating 40 million hectares of degraded land. And the best thing is, it does not end in Saudi Arabia. These efforts are now coordinated in the entire Middle East under the Middle East Green Initiative, which aim to plant 50 billion more trees across the Middle East and reduce carbon emission by more than 10%.
Nice.
So here's my suggestion. Next time you see one of those World Food Program ads asking for the smallest food donation for the poorest of children, give it to them. It's the right thing to do. But think again while doing that. Think of all the children with no votes to cast, and all the poor that come to mind last. I'm talking about the generations that are yet to come, the ones that don't get a seat at the table at which we eat, yet our choices will put their planet in heat. This is their story to behold, and a tale to be told. Thank you all. Thank you.
قسم بالله صاب منك.
حسيت رجعت الرجاع.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short refreshment break now for 20 minutes. I request you to please return your seat by 11:10 to ensure that we are on track for the day. سيداتي وسادتي، سنحصل الآن على استراحة قصيرة لتناول المرطبات لمدة 20 دقيقة. أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم بحلول الساعة 11 والعشر دقائق لضمان التزامنا بالوقت المحدد، وشكرا. Welcome back all. We will continue with the topic Industrial Animal Agriculture, a compelling contributor to climate change. أهلا بكم من جديد. سوف نستمر في موضوعنا لليوم الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية مؤثر قوي على تغير المناخ. Just a quick reminder for the housekeeping points. I would like to request everyone to be seated and refrain from going in and out in between presentation to avoid distraction. I would also like to remind you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or alternatively put them in silent mode. I would like to remind you again to take note of your presentation slot. We have some teams joining us virtually. I would like to remind the presenters to switch their cameras on and mute themselves and start sharing their screens. Please switch off your mobile phones again or put them on silent mode. Thank you. And now we will have University of Prince Sultan University College of Humanities and Science joining us on stage, coming from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. الآن مع فريق من جامعة الملك سلطان الأمير سلطان عفوا الأمير سلطان. شكرا. جامعة الأمير سلطان كلية الإنسانيات والعلوم المملكة العربية السعودية. Next.
What did he say?
Next team will present King Abdulaziz University Agriculture Department, Faculty of Environment. So please be ready.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey, Farah.
Hey, Amna.
Buddy, you know when we left dinner early yesterday?
Yeah?
Everyone ordered a steak each and we kind of missed out.
Everyone ordered one? Then Amna, I'm really glad we left early because eating meat has now become one of the reasons why our environment is slowly dying.
But how?
Well, there are so many reasons that our environment is slowly dying. Starting with driving cars, burning coal, and using excessive amounts of plastic. All these actions are commendable, but none of them affect our environment as much as we eat. So, when it comes to climate change, animal agriculture is a leading culprit. As stated by PETA, 80% of all agricultural lands in the US are used to raise animals for food and grow grains to feed them. On top of that, nearly half of all the water used in the US goes to only raising animals for human consumption. We need to stand together to end this because climate change is threatening our planet, our home. Well, it's threatening our planet and our home. So, it is estimated that by year 2050, global farm animal production will double compared to present levels. And that will only affect the environment, it will also affect us, humans, especially people living near agricultural lands. They inhale all the gases released from animal agricultural processes, and this has taken a toll on their environment and their health.
Hi guys, I am Bilal. I couldn't help but hear your conversation about animal agriculture. You know that researchers have proven that animal agriculture can affect our world negatively and consume huge amounts of grains and water. So let me walk you through the statistics. I have read a report from the National Library of Medicine about this matter. So in 2021, meat consumption statistics have skyrocketed since 1990. Humans consume 328 metric million tons every year of meat globally, compared to 100 metric million tons of meat in 1990. By the year 2050, it is estimated that the meat consumption statistics will increase by 64% compared to the meat consumed today. This drastic increase of meat consumption will minimize the agricultural areas and green lands, since it will be used to feed and grow animals. The feeding processes consume a third of the stocks of grain in the world, leaving 82% of starving children with no food, just to feed and grow animals. So let me ask you this question. What is causing all the change? Greenhouse gases are gases that create balance in the atmosphere. Due to the massive growth of animal agriculture, greenhouse gas emissions have increased, causing the atmosphere to consume huge amounts of methane.
All these facts, I still don't understand how this affects us personally.
What do you mean, how does this affect us personally? It definitely affects us personally. This is a crucial matter, and it's definitely critical for the people who are struggling with it on the grassroots level. Not only people, but also the animals themselves. Imagine every single day animals are tortured, killed, and gruesomely slaughtered with an industry that puts a price tag on their lives. Imagine that. And let us think about the future generations, which will all struggle because of this disgusting industry. When I think about it, when I think about this topic, the first thing that comes to mind are my kids in the future. Inshallah, all your future kids, bi'idhnillah. Now, another story that also comes to mind is the story of Bente Jorgensen. The woman is a former high school teacher who says that when the air smells bad, because she lives near an industrial agricultural farm, she says that when the air smells bad, her eyes swell up, her head aches, and she feels as though her and her husband's lives were destroyed because of the gruesome smell from these industrial agricultural farms. And not just her, but also I read about Ricardo Anton, the 56-year-old man who runs his own organic horticulture farm in northern Spain. Now, Ricardo Anton says that all these big industrial agricultural farms pose a massive threat to the smaller enterprises that are in the area. Because he runs his own enterprise and he caters to 2 schools. And his enterprise actually helps the environment and does not go against it. Also, let me tell you about Nicholas Mughal. Nicholas Mughal is a father of 5, and he fears for his 3-month-old child who has to breathe in toxic air on a daily basis. These are kids whose lives have been riddled by the disgusting smell of industrial agricultural farming, of animals being slaughtered and dying near their homes. We owe it to the future generations, but what do we do? And by the way, if you'd like to look these up, you can look on Greenpeace. And I would recommend, if we want a solution, maybe we could implement SDG 3 or the proper climate change protocol. But what else can we do?
I get what you're saying, Hashim, but how do we mitigate this?
I can add to that. As explained earlier, animal agriculture has a definite and devastating impact on our climate. So much so that the UN has recognized this problem as something which overtakes even pollution caused by fuel-based cars. And that is something we're paying a lot more attention to. Furthermore, cutting down environmental costs by half will just stabilize. Let me repeat that. Cutting down environmental costs by half will just stabilize this problem and not really give us the solution we're looking for. There are certain solutions which have been analyzed by experts, and we can just hope that they work in our favor. At the global level, governments around the world initiate and implement financial incentives which revolve around plant-based production, as opposed to livestock-based production. Second, at the regional level, governments within the Gulf, like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, initiate and encourage initiatives like Hifdh al-Ni'mah. For its responsibility for 18% reductions of food wastage within the Gulf and the Middle East. Furthermore, these governments can also improve and procure plant-based products as opposed to animal-based products, which can then help us balance out the greenhouse gas emissions caused by these animal-based products. And lastly, people, at a personal level, we must recognize that this problem affects us. This problem affects us in a way that we must make it mandatory that we impose dietary restrictions upon ourselves, that we balance out the plant-based products we consume on an everyday basis. So, Amina, were you really missing out on that dinner?
I don't think so, Investor. Something as simple as dairy production has by far the most adverse impact on our planet through activities like house production of toxins, land overgrazing, etc. Yes, livestock production is significant in that it feeds our populations and it grants us livelihood, but our exploitation of such a resource is set to double, as was mentioned by Bilal. Its ill effects on the climate could render a depleting population, resulting from physiological deformities and deaths. When we cease to exist due to climate change catastrophes, what good are these benefits? Who are we left to feed? And is this what we plan to leave behind for our generations to come? These benefits are nothing but a ticking time bomb, my friends. Knowing about the harm that animal agriculture could cause us, we can no longer turn a blind eye to it. I urge us to wake up to the plea of our perishing people and planet during this hour. Yes, although we can't do away with it completely, we could mitigate it by practicing SDG 12's responsible consumption and production. And hence, I would like to urge us to come together and work towards a brighter future, a future where we rely on our decisions and our actions to cherish and to replenish the world for generations to come. Remember, our children deserve better, and not a polluted and a poisonous planet as a parcel of our love.
So, who's eating steak tonight? No. Put your hands down. Put your hands down. Thank you.
Now we will have King Abdulaziz University, Agricultural Department, Faculty of Environment, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. معنا الآن فريق من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز كلية الأرصاد والبيئة والزراعة المناطق الجافة المملكة العربية السعودية. The team will present next is University of Sharjah, College of Medicine, so please be ready. العرض القادم فريق من جامعة الشارقة كلية الطب، تكون على استعداد. شكرا.
السلام عليكم. الأكسجين أم الغذاء؟ سؤال يتبادر في الذهن مع مرور الوقت، يعود بالاهتمام والتفكر. هل نستطيع العيش من دون هواء لمدة 10 دقائق مثلا أرضنا هذا؟ سؤال آخر، هل نستطيع الصيام عن أكل اللحوم أو الحرمان من أكل اللحوم لمدة شهر كامل متواصل؟ هل هناك فوارق؟ ولماذا نفكر في هذا الأمر أساساً؟ الأمر جلل والحقيقة برهان للسائل. ناقوس للخطر يتهادى للمسامع، فهل من سامع؟ دعونا نتساءل عن حياة الأولين، كيف كانت معيشتهم، غذاؤهم، هواؤهم، بيئتهم. كلنا يعلم أنهم كانوا في حياة الريف، ولا نتحدث عن المصاعب التي عاشوها، بل نتحدث عن حياتهم الطبيعية: غذاء طبيعي، غابات واسعة، أماكن شاسعة. ثم ماذا؟ مع التمدن ودخول الآلة، مع التمدن ودخول الآلة لم تعد الغابات موجودة، ولا المساحة الجيدة موجودة. مزارع للمواشي للدواجن كلهم في مكان واحد، إنتاج مكثف. فسبب لنا تغيرا مناخي. إنتاج مكثف، همهم كل الهم هو الإنتاج المكثف هذا والميزانية. أكثر من 20 مليار طن من التلوث في جو الأرض، منها 14.5% من الثروة الحيوانية. سببها التخمرات المعوية للحيوان وإدارة السماد والأعلاف واستهلاك الطاقة، أي ما يعادل نسبيا، هذه النسبة 14.5%، ما يعادل نسبيا حجم تلوث وسائل النقل والمواصلات جميعا. فلكم أن تتخيلوا هذا الحجم. الصناعة الزراعية الحيوانية والتأثير المناخي وما تسببه من صدمات مناخية في أرضنا سببها الإنسان والحيوان والمصانع والدخان.
في سنين ظننا أنها سنين رخاء، كانت غازات هذه الانبعاثات مستمرة في امتصاص الأشعة تحت الحمراء ومنعها من المرور إلى الفضاء. كانت مشكلة تحتاج إلى وقفات، نشر وعي وترشيد استهلاك، ولكن للأسف أصبحت نعمنا إذا فقدت عرفت. ففي ظل ازدياد الطلبات على المواشي والأبقار ومنتجات الحيوانات واللجوء إلى الزراعة الحيوانية المكثفة لتغطية الحاجات دون أخذ في الاعتبار بحجم المخاطر والمجازفات لهذا القرار، بدأت العواقب بالظهور والكل في سبات. تحولت هذه الانبعاثات من ضرر جانبي إلى أساس العديد من المشكلات: الاحتباس الحراري، التغير طويل الأمد في الحال المناخي كجفاف مانشستر وباريس، فيضانات أستراليا، السودان والباكستان. نستذكر قوله تعالى: والأنعام خلقها لكم فيها دفء ومنافع ومنها تأكلون. صدق الله العظيم. منافع كثيرة: مأكل ومشرب، ملبس ومدفأ، مصدر الحياة الأول، ولكن لا إفراط ولا تفريط. التحول للزراعة الحيوانية المكثفة سبب أضرارا هائلة للمياه والأشجار والغابات والعديد من أشكال الغذاء، استهلكت الطبيعة. فوفقا لمنظمة الفاو، فإن أكثر المناطق تسببا بتلك الانبعاثات هي أمريكا اللاتينية والبحر الكاريبي. أما المصدر الأكبر وصاحب الذنب الأعظم بالتسبب بما يقارب 44% من إجمالي هذه الانبعاثات فهو الميثان الناتج عن الأبقار، وبنسبة أقل المجترات الصغيرة. جدير بالذكر أيضا بأن التخمرات المعوية كالأبقار والمجترات الصغيرة وإنتاج الأعلاف لهما نصيب الأسد في التسبب بالانبعاثات الحرارية الناتجة من القطاع الحيواني. تعلمنا في مقاعد الدراسة بأن فهم السؤال نصف الإجابة، ولعل بعض الأرقام والنسب التي نسمعها في هذه الأيام مدخل وسبيل لمعرفة وتطبيق آليات وحلول العلاج.
كيف لنا أن نقول معا وداعا لهذا الخطر ونعالج ما حل وبدر؟ قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا عليكم أنفسكم. الحل والتغيير يبدأ منا، أنا وأنت. نعم، لذا لنجعل أيدينا من اليوم أن تساهم في البناء، لنرى مجتمعاتنا تسير نحو نماء على طريق شعاره الإباء، نخبر العالم أجمع بأنه بدأ هنا في إمارات الرخاء. كيف ذلك؟ بتناولنا للحوم الخضراء وتقليل استهلاكنا للحوم الحمراء. سنجعل شمسنا صفراء صفراء وتكون سماءنا زرقاء زرقاء لخلق الفارق الذي نريد. كل ما نريده يا سادة هو هذا الفارق. لقد وضع البشر أهدافا 17 للتنمية المستدامة، علينا أن نراعي 6 منها: ابتكار حلول جديدة، واستخدام الطاقة النظيفة، وعمل ابتكاري، وخلق مجتمعات صحية، وعقد التحالفات بيننا لتحقيق أهدافنا بالحد من خطر الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية السلبية علينا. تصور وفكر معي بهذا الحل. تخيلوا ماذا لو تركنا كل شيء كما هو، من الإنتاج كما أو حتى طريقة استهلاكنا للحوم كيفا، وطبقنا الحل التالي فقط: حدثنا من طريقة إنتاج الحيوانات باستخدام الطاقة النظيفة مثلا أو حتى الذكاء الاصطناعي. لقللنا بهذه الطريقة فقط أكثر من ثلث الغازات الضارة. ثم بمعادلة بسيطة تركز على إضافة بعض الحلول الغذائية للحيوانات مثل الكركم والثوم، لقللنا بهذه الطريقة أكثر الغازات ضرراً على البيئة وهو الميثان بما يزيد عن 20%. لا ندعو في هذه الحلول أن العلاج يكمن فقط ببناء الجديد، قد يكفينا وحسب حسن التعامل مع الموجود سلفاً. بقدرتنا الوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني عن طريق استخدام المحاصيل الزراعية المستهلكة له سلفاً، وتطبيقنا لمفهوم الاقتصاد الدائري يكفي. لنبدأ من اليوم بالدعم المجتمعي لهذه الحلول والتحفيز المادي لهذه الحلول وتغيير بعض الأنماط الاستهلاكية لنا لنصنع الفارق الذي نريد. كل ما نريده هو هذا الفارق، والتغيير اليوم بيدينا ممكن أكثر من أي وقت مضى.
بعد هذه الحلول والحلول الاستراتيجية والنوعية أيضا، وإيمانا بحجم المشكلة بالطبع، نأتي الآن للجهود المبذولة، وهنا وقفة إجلال واحترام لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. ولعلنا من أهم الدول أو أقل الدول انبعاثا لهذه الغازات الحرارية، لكن من كثر الاهتمام وأن هذا الكوكب للجميع شاركت هذه الدول، وآخرها مشاركتهم في كوب 27 بشرم الشيخ في مصر، والنسخة القادمة كوب 28 ستكون هنا في عليه رحمة الله بالإمارات العربية المتحدة. أي اهتمام واسع هذا خليجيا بل وعربيا. في المملكة العربية السعودية هناك مبادرات كثيرة، ولعلنا سلفا شاهدناها في عروض سابقة. مبادرة السعودية الخضراء لزرع 10 مليار شجرة للوصول للحياد الكربوني الصفري عام 2050. مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر لزراعة 50 مليار شجرة، والعديد من المبادرات. ختاما، تذكروا جيدا أن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. بالمناسبة نبارك لكم ونبارك لأنفسنا الحصول على المركز الخامس لجامعة الملك عبد العزيز عالميا بين دول العالم للجامعات في مبادرات المناخية حسب تصنيف التايمز مؤخرا. هذه مراجعنا ومصادرنا لمن أراد الإفادة والاستزادة. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Now we will have a team from University of Sharjah College of Medicine. الآن مع فريق من جامعة الشارقة كلية الطب. The team we present next is University of Bolton, so please be ready. العرض القادم فريق من جامعة بولتون، سكونوا على استعداد.
Okay. Ali is a first-year medical student from University of Sharjah. One day, as he was grocery shopping for some meat, he came across some plant-based meat. As a person who is passionate about sustainable living, this made Ali concerned. What is this type of meat? Why does it exist? Ali took to him to answer his questions. He comes to learn that industrial animal agriculture has negative impacts on the environment. This made Ali even more worried. How did it come to be? He learns that our globe is 30% land, agriculture takes half of the area, and livestock takes around 70% of the agricultural area. However, this is disproportionate with the fact that 82% of the global carrier supply comes from crops, not meats. This is further supported by the fact that 63% of the global protein supply comes from plant-based food, not meat. Again, industrial animal agriculture has many negative impacts on the environment. Pollution, deforestation, and a major impact is methane gas emissions, one of the greenhouse gases. Did you hear about cowspiracy? The idea lies in livestock's life cycle. Livestock, such as cows, burp methane in the atmosphere, as you can see in the video. How does it do so? By metabolic reactions that occurs in the cow's gut, by the microbiomes. Interesting. The methane emissions from beef is 295 grams per gram of protein. This is 8 times more than of chicken and from other sources, as you see in the picture. This methane is similar to that which is released at the landfill sites, harming the environment. Now, if we take a farm UAE as an example, one cow releases 220 pounds of methane per year. So a farm around 17,000 cows would release around 4 million pounds of methane per year. This is 28 times more potent in warming the atmosphere. Now, let's take a look at the typical dairy carbon footprint. It comes from multiple sources, with livestock being the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Others include producing feed, manure, grazing, artificial fertilizer use, and electricity.
Even the process of producing 1 gallon of milk produces or releases a lot of methane, all through the steps of production, packaging, transport, and eventually in display in the market. And this is not just a local issue in Ali's store, it's a worldwide problem. Now, one possible solution to this, now the question is meat really that bad? If it is, can we cut it off completely? The fact is, we cannot. Meat is very important to nutrition. Malnutrition affects us very badly, specifically children. Look at the numbers in millions. Children suffer from stunting of growth, from wasting, and from being obese. A possible solution to this could be feeding animals leftover food, just turning them into protein. However, is this really enough? In the UAE, we are not unaware of this issue. Actually, the present COVID-19 has reminded us of the importance of achieving food independence, as 90% of our food is now being imported. The government has taken steps, including formulating 5 pillars of national food security and a food basket that includes 28 items, most of which are luckily already grown locally. The question is not as simple as, is meat better or vegetable better? Look at this table that shows you the recommended minimum daily intake of amino acids. Notice that most of them are not met by intake of vegetable alone. This is not to say that vegetables are bad. They are very important to our health and diet. But meat products and proteins are essential to building amino acids, the basic building blocks of proteins that help us to build stuff and break stuff in our body. They are very important to immune health, to skin, and other aspects of the human health. Animal-based products also include a lot of vitamins and other substances that are important to the health of the human body from head to toe. So what can we do about it?
Okay, so a while ago we were talking about how animal agriculture is damaging our planet. And now we are telling you that animals are essential for our diet. So what's the deal? Today we are not sharing ambitious plans, but are rather sharing real-life results that are at our University of Sharjah. And this is to encourage the fact that change is possible at the individual level. And this is what we are here for. Let me take you to the plan of our mixed crop livestock integrated cycle. So it is composed of 2 phases. The first phase is where farm waste and livestock is taken, and it is taken to it is changed to compost, which is used for our soil. Now here is where it gets interesting. In phase 2, we are introducing to you the anaerobic digester, which produces the digestate from any leftovers from our farm at the university. However, what makes this unique is that it is capable of producing biogas and biomethane, which we are going to be using for generating electricity independently at our university campus. Let me talk to you about the cost of implementation, which is approximately 130,000. But here's where it gets interesting. In only 3.5 months, we are going to return all the money that we invested in our project. So how can we face animal agriculture in a practical way? By a sustainability circle, of course. We are introducing an integrated animal, people, and crops integrated system with reducing the waste that is produced in our project. So to conclude, our project reduces the waste that is produced, and it also reduces the methane production, and on top of all that, it is minimum cost.
Now, before you think this is all unrealistic, let me take you to the Greenhouse University of Sharjah, where this have been implemented and it have worked wonders. First of all, we'll start by the compost. We gathered around 9 tons of biodegradable waste, and this allowed us to save around 5,000 dirhams. Then we used the HDPE liners to economically water our plants and soils. This allowed us to save 1 million liters of water, helping us save around 9,000 dirhams.
Allow us to take you on a virtual tour to our very own greenhouse where all this magic happens. This is the nut house, and as you can see, our students come and go every now and then to help Dr. Ano learn and share experiences. We also have our greenhouse, and here let me emphasize on that this is our project. We are currently working on that. We are changing, and we are encouraging you all to do such.
No need to wait.
Yeah. Happy customers, they come and they share experiences as well. We also have our chickens and the containers. They're upcycled and other stuff as well. Students learning about farming and harvesting. And on the side, you can see the aquaculture with both edible and ornamental fish using the upcycled bathtubs. Some chickens, they're fed rice. Let me say, variety of vegetables, a lot of colors, a lot of sizes. It's beautiful to the eyesight. And all of those projects and all of those vegetables, they are now to be found in the Sharjah Cooperative. You all can go and buy them. Currently, we are prepping the project with the HDPE liners to grow the rice. And we are also using the shredders to accelerate the composting and help in the process. In addition to the containers, we are using the solar power to power the project. Allow us to take you on a virtual tour and just to walk around our farm. Every vegetable, every fruit, you name it and we have it. You know, faculty and students come, they learn, they share experiences, and they come and just chill sometimes. You can see some cassavas. Some corn as well. Some wheat and rice. So to wrap up, you guys, we are more than happy to welcome you all. And this is the extension of our project. We are more than happy to welcome you all in our integrated farm. And we want to assure you guys that we are making a difference. What about you?
Now we will have with us University of Bolton College of Law with us. So please join me on the stage. The team will present next is Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Science, Clinical Sciences Department, so please be ready. عاد الآن فريق من جامعة بولتون كلية القانون. العرض القادم كلية رأس الخيمة العلوم الطبية العلوم السريرية، تكون على هبة الاستعداد. شكرا.
Do you have any idea what is animal agriculture on environment, which is impacting? A healthy environment, that clean air, water, and communities and animals, workers that can degrade. A healthy environment, clean air, water communities, and animals, workers, and our climate can seriously threaten the factory farms and slaughterhouses to the several elements like animal agriculture can No, I'm the first person to go. Thank you. From Chad. A healthy environment, clean air, water communities, animals, workers, and climate can seriously threaten the factory farms and slaughterhouses. Animal agriculture has expanded and altered both domestically and globally during the past 40 years. This smaller, more diverse, that many of us can picture when we hear the word farms. So that has evolved into industrialized enterprises and house that hundreds to thousands of animals. We can imagine when they can seriously degrade the environment. To the several pollutants that is released by industrial animal activities that include methane, nitrous oxide, and ammonia sulfide. That alterants toxic and that can seriously degrade the quality of the air. Additionally, contributing to the animal agriculture that has effect on our climate change, this tremendous use of fresh water can release the, can seriously destroy the wildlife habitat. The worst method of the deforestation, the plant cultivation, that is motivated by the agriculture and to feed the enormous population of the animals that has kept on farms and has a very big impact on our environment.
Deforestation, land degradation, water pollution, these are the main problem of animal agriculture. Do you know how many animals are dying each year because of animal agriculture? Globally, more than 17 billion animals are slaughtered for human consumption every year. This figures comes from Faunalytics. Using data from UN Food and Agriculture Organization, Sentience Institute estimate that at any given time, 31 billion land animal and 28.8 billion to 215.9 billion fishes are being farmed worldwide. Meat and dairies are being integrated in our daily life, in our diet. But they're also integrated in our environment too. Actually, animal agriculture is directly responsible for greenhouse emission and which is 24% of nitric oxide and 26% of methane and 15% of carbon dioxide. And of course, yeah, this is not a small amount. Like, it's really dangerous for our environment.
So now, let us talk about the real-life incident. India is the world's largest dairy producer and third largest beef exporter. India is a country which is going to suffer from water scarcity in coming century. 30% of wells in Western India have already been abandoned. Now, it's a stunning example. How India's greater dependence on food animal-based can lead to water scarcity and depletion. As you can see in the graph, if 5% of water is used for domestic, then 55% of water is required for animal agriculture, which is responsible up to 2,500 gallons of water. Amazon is another great example to be considered. Animal agriculture is responsible up to 91% of destruction. As you can see, Borneo, it's a Malaysian fourth largest island. In just 10 years, it's going to be completely destroyed. What are we waiting for? We are destroying our futures. We have to not be so selfish. We have to save our environment for our future generation. As you can see, there are real examples such as 20% of world population is destroying up to 80% of its resource.
So with the help of the Animal Welfare Institute, the solution to improving climate change can be implemented in 5 ways. We as humans can eat less meat, dairy, and eggs. So less consumption of these 3 products will bring down the demand for industrial farming. This will cause a ripple effect to take place into using less land resources, less harmful pesticides, and less waste to be produced. Secondly, we as consumers can shop for higher welfare food products. So rather than shopping for factory farm products that are usually found in supermarkets, we can opt for farmers markets. This will reduce the large corporations from exploiting land resources and animals. Thirdly, factory farms, industrial farms can use renewable energy infrastructure to power their farming machinery. This can be done through solar and wind generators. Fourth, we can fight back the growth of factory farms. This can be done by A, being informed of what companies you deal with, B, starting an action group and seeking legal advice, and C, or organizing or being part of a petition. And lastly, share what you've learned and expand your audience via social media.
As shown in today's presentation, the climate crisis cannot be solved without tackling the third biggest cause of greenhouse gas emissions, that of the factory farm industry. And though a huge part of the problem is an industrial problem, we cannot deny the individual responsibility that both you and I share in this crisis. We live in the most abundant period of human history, where the kings of even 100 years ago could not imagine the luxuries that you and I and our families, the average families of every day, have. But we cannot chase progress at grave cost to the very environment that lies just outside of this room. Should we destroy not just our planet, but our future for the sake of progress with such reckless abandon? I say not. If we take steps such as those laid just by our previous speaker, we can take back, scale back, and prevent further damage to the environment. As individuals, the climate crisis may seem as an insurmountable task to overcome, a mountain too high and a hill too steep to climb. But the actions laid before you today, if taken by each and every one of us, can make a huge impact for the climate, for the environment, for human flourishing, for our sakes, and not just for our sakes, but for the sake of future men and women yet to be born. Let us then come together and answer our calling to become good stewards of this magnificent treasure that has been given upon us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will have a team from Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Sciences, Clinical Sciences Department. And next is Ford University College, Psychology Department. So please be ready.
Let us tell you a story about Nina. This is Nina. This was the first and the last time she ever felt safe and warm.
She was happy being surrounded by her brothers and sisters.
She was ready and eager to live a life full of joy, innocence, and exhilarating adventure. She was at the beginning of endless possibilities.
Not much later, she was separated from her brothers for the sole reason that she would one day lay eggs while her brothers would not.
She was raised in a tiny metal cage with 50 other chicks who would suffer the same fate until they reached their egg-laying age. Caged within a metal walls, heavy machinery, toxic gases, noises, and forced to breed, conditions so bad that they wouldn't even be able to see the eggs that they would lay.
She watches her friends leave the cage one day at a time, never to return, only to find herself going to the same place after a few days, the slaughterhouse. And we already know what her fate is, your next meal.
Her future could have consisted of everything that she ever desired. It could have been bright. However, it was fried.
The end of Nina's story brings us to the beginning of ours. In a nutshell, this is how billions of animals become victims to a single culprit, industrial animal agriculture.
Unfortunately, these damages aren't just limited to the animals alone. They affect our entire planet. The industrial animal agriculture is one of the leading contributors towards a progressive decline in our climate conditions.
Animal agriculture, by definition, is a type of intensive agriculture
specifically an approach to animal husbandry that focuses on maximizing production and minimizing costs.
Industrial animal agriculture was started as a perfect solution for our fast-growing world. Chemical pesticides, synthetic fertilizers, and cereal hybrids promised a world of reduced hunger, accommodating growing populations, and stimulating economic prosperity.
However, as the saying goes, all great things come to an end. Over the past 50 years, meat production has almost tripled. At this point, there is 340 million tons being produced. This industrial animal agriculture has taken a huge toll on the environment, leading to increased emissions, phosphorus footprints, and deforestation.
Animal agriculture operates in confinement barns, cages, and sewage systems, which release a variety of pollutants like ammonia, volatile organic compounds, and greenhouse gases like methane, which impair the quality of the air that we breathe.
These industries also contaminate our water resources, and this is by releasing animal byproducts like urine, blood, feces, heavy metals, and so much more. Now, these go and affect our aquatic habitats, and this is exactly why we have SDG number 14 that aims to protect such habitats and also safeguard our water resources.
Animals with a diverse genetic makeup are naturally resistant to diseases. However, intensive rearing of the livestock can lead to genetic similarities within the flocks and the herd, thereby making them more susceptible to pathogens and more vulnerable to diseases. This in turn makes it easier for the viruses to spread both among animals as well as to human beings.
Millions of forests are cut down to make space to rear, grow, and breed these animals. Deforestation of these lands lead to the loss of natural buffers that protect us from the viruses, the pathogens, the diseases that circulate within the wildlife and lead to a loss of biodiversity. This is exactly why SDG 15 has been implemented to raise the attention and bring the focus of the world to this issue.
According to recent UNEC assessment, an increase in animal protein demand, increase in agricultural intensification, and climate change may lead to zoonotic diseases.
In addition to preventing and treating diseases, antimicrobials are also used to accelerate the growth of livestock and develop resistance. Once we consume these animals, their antibiotic resistance is then transferred onto us. In fact, 700,000 people die every year due to resistant infections. And the CDC has predicted this number to increase to 10 million by the year 2050.
A scientific consensus has also shown that approximately 16.5% of all greenhouse gas emissions are caused by industrial animal agriculture, leading to endangered wildlife and deforestation and so much more. Now, all of these emissions are so much more, and they outdo even what is caused by transportation, like planes, cars, trains, etc.
Roughly 2% of the world's fossil fuel energy is used to produce 100 million tons of artificial fertilizer annually. And this in turn is applied to high-energy animal feeds such as corn. Additionally, compared to producing 1 calorie of plant protein, producing 1 calorie of animal protein requires 11 times as much as fossil fuels and emits 11 times as much as carbon dioxide.
Finally, animal agriculture is incredibly expensive. This industry alone receives over $38 billion in subsidies from the US government annually to fund and supply these feedlots. These natural resources could have been going to actually help people in need while they're being used for wrong reasons.
Now, let's come back to the question at hand. Is industrial agriculture a compelling contributor to climate change?
The fact is that animal agriculture contributes to 75 to 80% of the total agricultural emissions. Around 1/3 of the biodiversity is lost in the Amazon due to the animal agriculture. Around 60% contributes to nitrogen pollution, 60% contributes to erosions, and 44% contributes to the methane emissions.
So what do you think? Yes, of course, these industries are one of the biggest and most overlooked factors when it comes to affecting climate change.
This was Nina. You have the power to change her story, and hopefully even yours.
You must have heard of a lot of petitions and bills being passed to raise awareness about climate change, but not much in particular about animal agriculture.
Several groups have initiated certain schemes in order to prioritize reduction and eventual elimination of animal agriculture.
Chatham House in London encourages us to start carbon taxing and carbon labeling the meat that is being sold. They have released several reports which prove that making these changes would reduce the demand and production of meat, hence leading to an overall decrease in greenhouse gases.
In July 2021, the Farm System Reform Act was reintroduced, and this prohibited the use of CAFOs, which are concentrated animal feeding operations. Once these operations were reduced, the adverse effects caused by the factory farming were also in turn reduced. And this was in turn related to our SDG number 12, which aimed to promote sustainable, responsible, sustained production and consumption.
In June 2021, a US congressman introduced the Healthy Future Students and Earth Pilot Program Act, which would in turn fund healthier, more climate-friendly, plant-based options for public school students.
The Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, or the AIM for Climate, is a joint initiative between the US and the UAE governments, which raised over $4 billion to fight the combat and consequences of climate change. These two initiatives have been an important step into tackling and achieving our Sustainable Development Goal number 2 and reducing world hunger by 2030.
Climate change is real. Anyone who does not believe in climate change has not been affected by the consequences of their own actions. You have to remember that a fraction of a degree of temperature rise will have consequences on every decade in the upcoming years, including the world's most vulnerable.
This is great, but the question is, what can you and I do to contribute to this change?
Well, one method is we could go vegan or even reduce the amount of meat we eat. Now, we're not going completely cold turkey on reducing meat or avoiding meat, but it's good to look for more meat alternatives, for example, lab meat, or even stick to more plant-based nutritional diets as well.
2, cut your food waste. Every time you waste food, you're wasting energy, land, water, fertilizers, everything that goes into producing food and packaging it as well as transporting it.
3, go for sustainable agriculture. What does it mean? It means using regional species that are bred organically, feeding them things that are not consumed by humans, thereby reducing mass grain production.
And finally, encourage zero-waste agriculture, so the output of one process can be used as an input of the other process. For example, using worms for composting or wastewater treatments.
Living by these ideals could have saved our dream. Animal agriculture began with hopes to eradicate world hunger while still maintaining our evergreen forests, our vast oceans, and our flowing rivers. However, the green dream that we saw for the land that we live and breathe in has turned into a gray reality.
Our greed has fed the demands of these industries and has led to devastating consequences. These consequences, if not tackled appropriately, could lead us to losing our future entirely.
I agree. It is going to take a lot of money to fix these issues and respond successfully to climate change. But there's good news. We can use or divert the money that's being used to fund the animal feedlots and turn it towards combating the consequences that they cause. Now,
we leave you with 2 words, mitigation and adaptation. Mitigate by reducing carbon emissions, regulating human activities, and encouraging a zero-waste environment. We need to be conscious of our consumption, of our actions, and our usage.
We believe in this vision. We believe that we can make our utopian dream a reality.
Thank you.
Now we will have Westford University College Psychology Department. الآن مع كلية جامعة ويستفورد علم النفس. Next present is Ajman University Civil Engineering Department, so please be ready. العرض القادم فريق من جامعة عجمان العلوم في الهندسة المدنية، إذا يكون على استعداد. شكرا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, dear judges and my fellow participants. Today, we are here to bring your attention towards industrial animal agriculture and its effect on our climate change.
Vast, dimly lit indoor spaces without windows.
The overpowering stench of feces.
The sound of endless gnawing on bars.
Slaughterhouses filled with the screams of dying animals.
This is animal agriculture around us today. In fact, it is how 99% of animals are raised for food. Animal agriculture involves holding animals hostage just so us humans can consume their meat or their secretions, be it eggs or milk. Animals are dominated and controlled their entire lives in these factory farms, also known as concentrated animal feeding operations. They're prevented from exploring their lives according to their natural instincts and behaviors. Instead, they're subjected to various tortures in which their bodies are forced to produce maximum amount of product and profit, be it for eggs, gallons of milk, meat, or flesh from their own bodies. Animal agriculture has always been cruel, but with the rise of factory farming, the practice of raising, killing, and eating animals is more fraught than ever. Now, what are the main effects of industrial agriculture on climate change? Moving on to Sakina.
Firstly, let's talk about its effect on the air quality. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, animal agriculture sector emits around 16.5% of human-induced greenhouse gases, which includes carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. These are released into the air as a byproduct of the animal's digestive processes. For instance, when they belch and process their manure in anaerobic circumstances, it harms the air quality, which changes the effects in the heating and cooling, increases the atmospheric pressure, keeping the pollutants at ground level. Now let's move on to the second effect by Amira.
Just as we heard, these emissions are present in the air. But why are they not being eliminated? This is because of deforestation to sustain animal agriculture. We know our Earth's atmosphere stores carbon to trap the heat from the sun. However, the dying trees are deprived of their ability to absorb these emissions. For example, methane is approximately 30 times more potent than carbon dioxide in trapping heat. Thus, the excess amount of these emissions in the air contribute to increase in temperatures. In conclusion, these exacerbate the risks of hunger and disease because both carbon-filled soils pollute fodder and drying water sources minimize cultivation, leaving us with the answer that yes, industrial animal agriculture is a compelling contributor to climate change, and it needs our attention now. Hannah, please lead us with some sustainable development goals related to our topic.
Gladly, Amira. So throughout our presentation, we'll be focusing on three main SDGs. The first one being SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 15, life on land. Now you might be wondering, what are the initiatives UAE has taken to combat climate change? Moving on to Mahavish.
The first one is hydroponic farming. Hydroponic farming is a way in which you skip soil, substitute in a different material to support the roots of the plant and grow crops directly in nutrient-rich water. In UAE, there have been many efforts taken to promote sustainable agricultural activities to improve agriculture. The benefits include up to 90% more efficient use of water and little to no use of soil other than minor agricultural processes, making it eco-friendly. The second, Waste to Feed project. The Waste to Feed initiative is a process during which the food waste is turned into animal protein, oils, and fertilizers using BSF larvae. This creates sustainable economic opportunities while turning around environmental burden into sustainable sustainable opportunities. This project is also backed up by the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, as it also improves the resiliency of circular economy. But the question we need to ask ourselves, is it enough?
Have you ever wondered if you could produce meat without animal agriculture? The answer is yes, through cellular agriculture. The process is simple. It involves taking stem cells from animals' bodies, in this case muscle cells, which is then placed into a liquid medium for nutrients. This mix is then placed in a bioreactor, which is a large tank that replicates an animal's internal environment to make the cells mature and also make them aware of what they need to produce. That is cultivated meat, which can then be manufactured into animal products that we know of with a lighter impact on the environment. So, what are the following effects? It can cause 90% less land use, 50% less water, and 90% less greenhouse gas emissions. These are just estimated percentages, but look at the incredible benefit and potential it holds.
But Amira, these are just early estimates. Do you think any country actually use it?
Oh, Mavish, that was part of my surprise. Our sustainable country, Singapore, has been using a similar process to produce and distribute cultivated meat for about 2 years now. Despite these benefits and the incredible potential, like I mentioned earlier, this process is still underfunded, leading to end products being expensive and not being available to all. So, what about the others?
That is why we came up with the idea of Meat Break. Amira, please share the cards with the judges. It is a card that will be authorized by the government and will be given to each household. The card will contain a chip which will contain information such as the number of members in each household, as well as if they have any health condition. So as we go grocery shopping, we will scan this card while purchasing meat products, such as chicken, and it will show the amount you are allowed to purchase each week, thereby reducing the amount you consume each week.
Okay, but Afra, what about occasions like Eid? You know, when we require more meat, what do we do?
That is where our app comes in, Meat Break. It will be connected to our card and will show the amount of meat you have purchased every week. So in a certain week, if you have purchased less amount of meat, then it will get converted to points, and you can use these points to buy extra meat at a regular price.
But Afra, what if I have no points?
If you don't have any points, it's simple. You'll just have to pay extra to get extra meat.
Afra, what about entities like mine? Because I'm not sure if you remember, I own a restaurant.
For entities like yours, obviously we cannot have the same limit. It will be higher, and it can be increased if they adopt eco-friendly practices. Now you might be wondering what our aim is with this initiative. Our aim with this initiative is to control meat production, thereby preventing climate change before the world comes to a state where it cannot be saved anymore.
Before concluding, I would like to thank Emirates Environmental Group for providing us with this fantastic opportunity where we got to present our ideas, and hopefully it helps bring a change in the environment. As a consumer, we have so much power in changing the world just by being careful in what we buy. Because we all know that the biggest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Thank you so much.
And now we will have a team from Ajman University, Civil Engineering Department. الآن عرض مع فريق من جامعة عجمان العلوم في الهندسة المدنية. The next team will present is D. Montfort University Sustainability Society, so please be ready. Thank you.
Use public transportation. Shop using reusable bags. Take shorter showers. Have we ever heard of these lines? I think we heard. These are acts that have been proposed to us in order to fight climate change, but nothing that we do in this world could ever combat that has a greater impact on this environment than what we eat does. Today, though most of the world is focused on transitioning away from fossil fuels to combat climate change, there is often an overlooked culprit of climate change. That is the industrial agricultural farming and its impact on the environment. It is the second largest contributor to human-made greenhouse emissions after fossil fuels, while it is also the leading cause of loss of biodiversity, deforestation, as well as water and air pollution. Today, me and my friends, Farah and Anfal, are going to talk about why we do believe that it is a compelling contributor to climate change, as well by first talking about global warming and climate change. Next, taking the link between the industrial animal agriculture as well as global warming. And lastly, discussing about the steps we can take in order to mitigate this sector's role in the climate change.
Climate change. We find that global warming refers to the average increase in the global surface temperature, and the climate change refers to the statistical change in weather and may include the long-term changes, which are like wind and rainfall. As we know, global warming and climate change have bad impact to ourselves and our community. So we have to protect ourselves and our community from these impacts. We have the causes. The causes for the global warming is the greenhouse gases. We have three main gases, which are the carbon dioxide and methane and nitrous oxide. And changes in the climate can be by natural and human factors, such as the car fumes and factories. As what we can see from this table, the carbon dioxide, the atmospheric lifetime, it's 1,000 and above. The methane is approximately 10 years. The nitrous oxide is 114 years. The potential for 20 years is 1 for the carbon dioxide, and the methane is 72, and nitrous oxide is 289. For the 100 years, for the carbon dioxide is 1, methane is 25, and the nitrous oxide is 298. So after we compared between the three gases, we find that carbon dioxide is the biggest impact for the global warming because of the atmospheric lifetime. And now Hannah will continue.
Now let's take a look at the link between animal industry as well as global warming. Farm animals, which are animals that are only cultivated for feeding purposes, they tend to contribute all the three major greenhouse gases into the environment. Also, in recent years, industrial style of livestock production have grown about twice the rate of the traditional style, as well as 6 times the rate of traditional grazing production base. Also, when you look at how the support system, industrialized system is much larger, industrialized system tends to have much larger number of animals per unit area. A global shift towards this could cause an overall growth of population for these animals. Now let's take a look about how this industry tends to emit the three main greenhouse gases that we have mentioned. First is carbon dioxide. When we take a look at carbon dioxide, about 9% of the annual emission is attributed towards this industry. So when we think about where does this come from, how does this 9% get emitted into the environment, the first cause is burning of the fossil fuels in order to fertilize the soils. The second one is transporting the feed and the needs of these animals to where they are located. And the third one is that farm animals, meat, egg, dairy industry, they tend to take up about 1/3 of the total surface area of the earth, also taking up the 2/3 of the total land that we have to ourselves for agricultural purposes. And also, this leads to deforestation because when we have growth of population, we tend to cut up these lands for more purposes of these things. And this would lead to less amounts of carbon dioxide being recycled into the atmosphere. Let's take a look at the second greenhouse gas, which is nitrous oxide. 65% of nitrous oxide in the atmosphere that is emitted can be attributed to this industry. Where does the 65% come from? Because this is a great contribution. First one is fertilizers. When we have large number of animals, we want to feed them and we want to produce a large amount of grazing land for them. So they tend to use fertilizers in order to do this, and fertilizers tend to emit nitrous oxide. The second one is farm animal manure. Farm animal manure contributes about 82% of the total nitrous oxide emissions in the global market. Next, let's take a look at methane. 35 to 40% of the total methane is attributed to this industry. And when we look at where this comes from, first, it is ruminants. Ruminants are just cattle, sheep, all these animals. They have a specific style of digestion that tends to emit methane during this process. So this is one of the causes. And the second cause, it is also emitted from manure. As we notice, manure tends to emit both nitrous oxide as well as methane. So any kind of steps we can take to combat this will be having a greater effect on the global market. Next, I'm going to let my friend Anfal talk.
Now we're going to see the way we can mitigate the climate change. First thing we have for transforming agriculture. The first one is practices to reduce impacts, and the second one is extensive and organic practices, and the third one is accountability of policymakers, and the last one is making climate-friendly food choices. For the first one, practice to reduce impact, the most mitigation and prevention strategies to reduce greenhouse gases emissions from animal agriculture have focused on technical solutions, such as adding fresh feed to ruminant diet to change enteric fermentation and the resulting methane emission. And the second solution by using animal waste and carcasses to generate fuel. The second point we have extensive and organic practices. The organic agriculture has the potential to sequester carbon and methane emission. And in some circumstances, the organic and extensive production system may be more efficient than other systems. For the third point, we have accountability of policymakers. One important policy option is to accurately price environmental services such as stable climate and clean air. And the last point we have, making climate-friendly food choices. We have to choose more environmentally friendly food by replacing eggs and milk and dairy product and meat with plant-based food to reduce greenhouse gases emission from animal agriculture and to reduce its other harmful impacts. Now I'll let my colleague Hannah to conclude.
In the end, if we truly want a sustainable and resilient future, we have to take steps for it. The steps can be taken by reforming the policies that we have already in place, also financial incentives, and finally a collaboration between businesses, communities, financial institutions, as well as any sector that is involved in the food farming. In the end, we're all in this together and we should try to do our part in it as well. Thank you.
Fellow judges, please be noted that we will have now University of Nizwa joining us virtually. So please, University of Nizwa, please share your screen and mute your mics and open your cameras. Yeah. Fellow judges, please be noted that Minford University will not be participating today. Thank you. Minford. دي مونتفورت. اوكي. جامعة نزوة. هل ممكن فتح الكاميرات؟ جامعة نزوة، هل يمكنكم فتح الكاميرات؟ فتح المايكات لو سمحتوا. جامعة نزوة. هل يمكنكم فتح المايكات وفتح الكاميرات لو سمحتوا؟ شكرا. جامعة نزوة. لا يمكننا سماعكم. الآن يمكننا رؤيتكم لكن لا يمكننا سماعكم.
الآن تسمعوننا؟
نعم نعم. هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟
أيوة. فتح العرض.
لا يمكننا رؤية العرض. يرجى إعادة مشاركة الشاشة.
الآن هل ترونه؟
نعم.
هل يعرض عندكم؟
نعم نراكم، نرى الشاشة. أوكي يمكنكم البدء الآن. شكرا. هل يمكنك إزاحة الكمامة؟
طبعا.
شكرا. لكي يمكننا سماعكم جيدا.
هل نبدأ الآن؟
نعم شكرا.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن فريق من جامعة النزوة نقدم لكم عرضا مبسطا عن مشكلة فاقت العالم بأكمله وتفاقمت كثيرا وصارت مشكلة أو أزمة عالمية، وهي الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية، وسوف نتكلم عنها بشكل بسيط وتأثيرها على المناخ. والآن سوف أعرفكم بفريقي المتواضع، وهي الطالبة ريا البوسعيدية والطالبة خلود الناصرية، وأيضا لدينا طالبة رابعة ولكن للأسف الشديد لقد كانت مريضة ونأسف كثيرا أنها لم تحضر معنا العرض. والآن سوف نبدأ بشكل عام عن الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية. أولا تعريفها، هو علم يهتم بالحيوانات وتصنيعها جينيا واستهلاكها، وأيضا هو يتطرق في جميع أنواع خصائص الحيوانية بشكل خاص وبشكل عام. لذلك الهدف من هذه المشكلة هو التقليل من استهلاك الثروة الحيوانية للحد أو إيقاف هذه التغيرات المناخية والانبعاثات السلبية أو الضارة. لذلك أن هذه المشكلة قد صارت كثيرا عبئا على العالم بأكمله، وأيضا قامت بتأثيرات أخرى سلبية غير الحياة البرية المهددة بالانقراض والحياة البشرية التي آن أوانها بفنائها، وأيضا لا ننسى المناخ والأرض بأكملها. كما ترون الآن قمنا ببعض البحوثات، وأيضا قمنا ببعض البحوثات من دول أخرى، وأيضا تعرفنا واستنتجنا أن الغاز الميثان هو من الغازات الدفيئة، وهذا هو الغاز الذي يكون مسبب رئيسي لهذه التأثيرات والتغيرات السلبية والمناخية، وأيضا هو صار ينافس ثاني أكسيد الكربون في هذه التغيرات. وأيضا صنفت أن الثروة الحيوانية هي المركز الثاني مساهم في إنتاج غاز الميثان. وكما نعرف أن غاز الميثان ينتج من الحيوانات بشكل خاص، منها الأبقار والأسماك وغيرها من الحيوانات. وكما نعلم بأن يتم استهلاكها بكثير من اللحوم بأنواعها، من اللحوم البيضاء واللحوم الحمراء. كما ترون الآن بأن هناك كثير من الدول التي تنبعث منها غازات الميثان. وكما ترون بأن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية هي أكثر تكلفة ميثان اجتماعي، لذلك سوف يكون لها أزمات كثيرة وتغيرات مناخية كثيرة، مثل ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري وزيادة ثقب الأوزون وغيرها من التصحر والجفاف. لذلك سوف يؤثر هذا بشكل كامل على الأمن الغذائي وأيضا الحياة البرية بشكل خاص.
معكم الطالبة خلود الناصري. عملنا مقارنة بين عام 1980 وعام 2020 من حيث نسبة غاز الميثان المنبعث. مقارنة بعام 1980 كان نسبة غاز الميثان قليلة بنسبة يعني تختلف عن عام 2020. مقارنة بعام 2020 زادت نسبة استهلاك البشر لتناول اللحوم بكمية أكبر مقارنة بعام 1980. لذلك ظهر عندنا انبعاثات في عام 2020 ظهرت عندنا مشكلة انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة وارتفاع درجات الحرارة وظهور مشكلات كثيرة، منها الجفاف المائي وقلة مصادر الأمن الغذائي وظهور الاحتباس الحراري. مقارنة في عام 1980 هناك صح أنه في تغير طفيف لكن ليس بنسبة عام 2020. عدم يعني في عام 1980 عدم ظهور التغيرات الجينية التي حدثت في الحيوانات التي في الحضار، وهناك انتظام تساوي في عدد قطعان الحيوانات المنتشرة في المراعي. حتى انه عندنا كان في نسبة في عمان في الماضي كان نسبة الحيوانات عندنا قليلة، وحتى لو كان في المراعي انه نقدر نسرح الحيوانات بشكل اكبر ما يحدث عندنا ظاهرة نفس في عام 2020. زادت عندنا نسبة الاحتباس الحراري في الجو ونسبة انبعاثات والمشكلات المائية والتصحر والهجرة من دول أخرى وكثير من المشاكل، خاصة أنه في عام 1980 كان غاز الميثان لا يؤثر انبعاثاته على ثقب الأوزون إلا بنسبة ضئيلة، عكس في عام 2020 زاد بنسبة كبيرة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا الطالبة ريا البوسعيدي. لماذا صارت الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية بسبب عدة مشكلة عالمية. أولاً أنه في القرون ال50 الماضية في دول الأمم المتحدة صارت مشاكل كثيرة بسبب ارتفاع درجات الحرارة والجفاف وانقطاع المياه وانقطاع البحيرات، فزاد عدد درجات الحرارة وارتفع درجات الحرارة، وبسبب إخفاء بعض الحيوانات من العالم ونقص في الأغذية للحيوانات وانقراض الحيوانات، وبسبب الحيوانات الدينة فازداد والبيئية والبحيرات استوى جفاف في العالم.
وكما نعلم بأن هناك علاقة كبيرة بين النشاط البشري وأيضا التغيرات التي صارت في الآونة الأخيرة، مهما تكون مباشرة وغير مباشرة. فالمباشرة هو عندما تكون زيادة في المصانع وأيضا في الوقود الأحفوري، أما الغير مباشر وهي بالشكل الخاص الحيوانات السائبة والحظائر الحيوانية، مما أدى ذلك إلى زيادة في تركيز الغازات الدفيئة، منها ثاني أكسيد الكربون والميثان والنيتروجين وأكسيد النيتروجين وغيرها من الاحتباس الحراري. وأيضا بعض الدول الأخرى وبعض المنظمات قامت ببعض المشاريع الصغيرة التي تقلل من هذه المشكلات، وهي أيضا كذلك بحثنا عن مصادر لسد الفجوة الغذائية الناتجة وشح المراعي، وهذا يتطلب موارد مالية كبيرة وإنتاج واقتصاد كبير بشكل عام، وهذا سوف يضر المزارعين بشكل خاص والبشرية بشكل عام. والآن قمنا ببعض الاستبيان قمنا باستبيان وارسلنا لبعض طلاب جامعة نزوة، وهذا هو الاستبيان سوف نريكم إياه.
لقد حصرنا أنه اوكي كمل.
وهذا هو، ولقد عمل الاستبيان أكثر من 50 طالب وطالبة، وهذه النتائج التي قمنا بتحليلها بعد عمل هذا الاستبيان. وكما ترون بأنها تنوعت الإجابات وتنوعت أسباب تأثيره وتنوعت الأفضلية بين آكلين اللحوم الطازجة والمجمدة واللحوم الحمراء والبيضاء. والآن سوف نشرح لكم.
ولقد لاحظنا انه اكثر الاشخاص انه ما كانوا عندهم على درايه بهذه المشكله او الموضوع، واكثرهم يعني ما كان متفهم وضع هذه المشكله. لاحظنا من خلال الاجوبه التي قمنا بها من خلال الاستبيان اللي عملناه على طلاب جامعه نزوه انه الاغلبيه ما كان عندهم على درايه بهالموضوع او هذه المشكله.
بسبب الاستهلاك للحوم وبسبب الكوارث اللي صارت فينا، يعني صارت الكوارث ودمرت الحياة البيئية بسبب الاستهلاكات الكثيرة من البشر، بسبب تقطيع الغابات وبنائها للحظائر.
والآن كما ترين يا خلود، فإن بعض النتائج قامت نتائج هذه ببعض من السلبيات، وهي أن بعض الطلاب يأكلون اللحوم الحمراء أكثر من اللحوم البيضاء. وكيف نعرف ما هي اللحوم البيضاء واللحوم الحمراء يا خلود؟
اللحوم البيضاء هي مثل عندنا الدواجن أو بعض الدواجن البيضاء أو الدجاج، عكس اللحوم الحمراء. اللحوم الحمراء هي بعضها فيها الأبقار والأغنام. كانوا يعني في استهلاك اللحوم المواشي والأبقار أكثر من الدواجن والأسماك. ثانيا أكثر الطلاب كانوا غير متأكدين من أن الإنتاج الحيواني يؤثر على تغيير المناخ، وبسبب كما توقعنا ليس لديهم معلومات كافية حول هذا الموضوع. احنا أكدنا ذلك لما لاحظنا في
جامعة نزوة.
كانوا
عذرا على المقاطعة، لقد انتهى الوقت المخصص لديكم. شكرا جزيلا.
ما فكر ما حسيت.
Thank you to our second set of presenters for the third topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the... No, sorry, this is the wrong one. Now we will have a break. We'll take a break for 30 minutes, lunch break, and when we reconvene, we shall be hearing from the balance presenters. Please make sure to be back at 1:20 minutes when we announce that when to reconvene again. So come back at 1:20. Thank you. الآن سنأخذ استراحة غداء مدتها 30 دقيقة. عندما نجتمع مرة أخرى سنسمع من الفرق المتبقية. يوجد تأكد من العودة بحلول الساعة 1:20 دقيقة لتأكد بأننا نبدأ في الوقت المحدد. شكرا. Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. أهلا بكم من جديد. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بوجبة الغداء. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the teams for today. So let's give all the teams a big round of applause. Thank you. You have all done a incredible job with your presentations. شكرا لمجموعتنا الذين قدموا اليوم والفرق من مقدمي الموضوع الثالث. لقد انهينا جميع الفرق لهذا اليوم. دعونا نصفق مرة أخرى تقديرا لفرق اليوم. شكرا لكم، لقد قمتم بعمل رائع لعروضكم التقديمية. I would like to inform you the process of the closing ceremony. One, we will give the award to the member of the judges. Then we will announce the 3 teams winners of today's topic. 3, I will call everyone to join us on the stage to take a group photo. And last, the result and the scores, the final scores will be shown in the screens so you can see it. Before we begin with the awarding ceremony, please ensure your mobiles are switched off or in silent mode. قبل أن نبدأ بحفلة توزيع الجوائز، يرجى التأكد من أن الهواتف المحمولة مغلقة أو في وضع الصامت. Firstly, let's give a big round of applause to our distinguished panel of judges. I'm sure we all agree that they had a tough day deciding the winners. Thank you, judges, for your time and expertise. I hope you enjoyed all the presentations. دعونا الآن نصفق للجنة التحكيم المتميزة مرة أخرى. وأنا متأكد من أننا نتفق جميعا على أنهم قضوا يوما صعبا في تحديد الفائزين. شكرا لكم على وقتكم وخبرتكم. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بجميع العروض التقديمية. Now I would like to request Miss حبيبة المرعشي to please come on the stage. حاليا أطلب من السيدة حبيبة المرعشي الصعود إلى المسرح. Thank you. We would like to thank Ms. Rima Al-Khallaf and Ms. Tita Titunjian who joined us on the jury panel. Ms. Tita, please join us on the stage to receive your token of appreciation. نود أن نشكر السيدة ريم خلاف والسيدة تيتا تيتونجيان الذين انضموا إلينا في لجنة التحكيم اليوم. شكرا لكم، يرجى الانضمام إلينا على المنصة لتلقي درع التكريم. Now I would like to invite the other set of judges as well on the stage. Yeah.
Okay, can we have the 4 judges on the stage, please?
Prof. Sabih and Ms. Dima, please join us on the stage. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for. The results of the competition are in. The judges have done their work, but before we announce the winners, we would like to congratulate all the contestants on their efforts. والآن حان وقت الذي ننتظره جميعا. ظهرت نتائج المسابقة، ولكن قبل أن نعلن عن الفائزين نود أن نهنئ جميع المتسابقين على جهودهم الرائعة. Let us begin by announcing the runner-up, the winners in each category, to do the honors of giving away the awards to the winners. Let's find out the winners of the third topic, Industrial Animal Agriculture, a compelling contributor to climate change. لنبدأ بالإعلان عن الفائزين. دعونا نتعرف على الفائزين في الموضوع الثالث، الزراعة الحيوانية الصناعية، مؤثر قوي على تغير المناخ. The second runner-up is a team from. احتل المركز الثالث فريق جامعة الأمير سلطان كلية الإنسانيات والعلوم المملكة العربية السعودية. The Prince Sultan University College of Humanities and Sciences. Please give a big round of applause to our second runner-up of today. The first runner-up is the team from. واحتل المركز الثاني فريق جامعة الملك عبد العزيز كلية الأرصاد والبيئة وزراعة المناطق الجافة. King Abdul Aziz University Agriculture Department from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And finally, the winner of the second topic is the team from. وأخيرا الفائز في المركز الأول هو فريق اليمامة يونيفرسيتي الرياض، جامعة اليمامة من المملكة العربية السعودية. Congratulations, well done. Yeah. Please give a big round of applause. I need some energy for the winner for today, please. Show some energy, please. Can I ask everyone to join us on the stage for the group photo, please? Please, all consist. All contestants, please join us on the stage to take a group photo. Thank you. Please, can I ask everyone to join us on the stage to take a group photo? Please. The scores are displayed on the screen, so please, you can't see it. The scores of today's team, please, you can see your scores on the... Please, please pay attention, please. The winners of today's will automatically be considered of the overall winners position on 24th of November. We request the winning teams of today to attend the closing ceremony on 24th of November and to be present by 1:15 p.m. سيتم اعتبار الفائزين اليوم تلقائيا في المراكز الفائزين الإجمالية في تاريخ 24 نوفمبر. نطلب من الفرق الفائزة لليوم الحضور الحفل الختامي يوم 24 نوفمبر والحضور بحلول الساعة 1:15 This brings us to the end of day 3 of the competition. I bid you goodbye for the day and looking forward to see all you tomorrow. Tomorrow, another important and contemporary Tomorrow, another very important and contemporary sustainability issue will be discussed. Thank you all for your participation and support in today's competition. I hope you enjoy this year's unique program, and we look forward to seeing you active participation in our future educational events.